Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from the Isle of Man in the UK. This is John and Mike's MMA Corner.
Welcome one and all to John and Mike's MMA Corner.
MMA from a different angle.
And before we kick off with obviously our usual saga of laughter and seriousness, professionalism, we're going to start by asking you all to jump onto Facebook, Twitter, the lot really, the social networking sites, and give some of our esteemed colleagues a follow, because their hard work really helps not only us and yourselves but just MMA grow. So first up we have
MMA Scotland.
We'd like you to also jump onto UFC Wreckage on Facebook. Their Twitter handle and their website is MMA Wreckage.
We also have MMA UK, and their Twitter handle is We Are MMA UK.
Jump on to Facebook to Fighting and MMA.
We also have on Facebook and Twitter The Real MMA Talk.
And last but not least, they're on Facebook, they're on Instagram, they're on Twitter. Can't miss them. If you like a giggle, you like a laugh, jump onto Funny MMA, kind of putting a light-hearted view on the aspects of MMA and the goings-ons.
I thought it was serious.
Exactly. So that's what you want to jump onto. Now what we're going to do is jump straight in to this week's edition. I'm on my own this week. Mike is having a little bit of time off, a bit of R&R, so I'm sat here on my own, feeling all lonely and sad with myself, with my cup of tea. But what I have done, I thought I'd bring in 7 guests, just to pack it out and give myself a bit of company. I want to jump into who we've got on to give you an idea before I get yapping away about other issues and things that pop up about MMA, and also talk about fights coming up. I would like to say that I have got Cody Peterson coming on. He's taking on Oscar Valdez at the Shamrock FC card on the 16th of January. Also, Ken Hooten, who's taking on Felix Santillano. I know, beautiful, sexy name there, just rolls off the tongue. Ken comes on to talk about his match again on the same card. After them, gents, I will be having Jacob Akin and Jordan Hernandez. These two gents take each other on this promotion at Shamrock FC 16th of January. I will keep pushing that out there. And then afterwards, I have the wonderful and lovely Andrea Lee, as she comes on to talk about obviously her title win at Legacy, getting the belt there, and Invicta, and what's coming on with 2016, and just little bits about her career anyway so far. We have a nice little conversation. After that, I will be bringing on the ever honest and outspoken Mr. Ian McCall. He's my brother from another mother. Love this man. He comes on and have a little, well, I say a little, we speak for a while. I did. At the end, I had to eventually cut ties because we could have spoke for hours, as we always do off air. And then I finish off with the man himself, Big Slow, Luke Barnatt, who's going down to BCMMA on the 20th of February to have a fight. But again, I bring him on because he's a great guy to talk to. He knows a lot more than just how to throw a punch and a kick. He's very much invested in MMA outside of the cage. So we bring him on too. So let me start off then with Cody Peterson. Like I said before, he's fighting Oscar Valdez. And then Ken Hooten, who's fighting Felix Santillano. Those two gents are going to come on now for you. Thank you very much for joining us, Cody. You are throwing down against one Oscar Valdez at the Shamrock FC card coming up. It's going to be a good way to start off the new year. Start off 2016 with a good fight. You're on a 2-fight win streak from what I can register. You know, you obviously had a yummy salad for your Christmas dinner. But how's everything going right now then? You must be feeling pretty awesome.
Yeah, I feel great right now. I've been training twice a day between ATTHD and brass boxing, and feeling good. Didn't really have to eat a salad for Christmas dinner. I got to eat a full meal. So training's going good and everything like that. So yeah, I'm feeling good.
And with Shamrock FC, they've put this matchup together, and I like the matchup itself. When I looked into it a lot more between yourselves, it's stylistically, and also they've got two guys who are really competitive fighters. I think you and Oscar could really put on a fight of the night, really, from the looks of it, anyway, on paper.
For sure. I don't really know too much about him, except that he's super tough, and never been finished, but I'm looking to change that next weekend. So I mean, I'm a tough guy myself, and like you said, I'm very very competitive. I don't like to lose, and I mean, I like to take it to guys. So.
Well, I was about to say, I wonder if you've... Well, seeing how you don't know that much about him, he's got a bit of a more skill set in the submission game, it seems. 4 of his 5 wins are via submission. So, is that maybe... I don't know if your coaches maybe looked into this. Is this something you've looked to address to, maybe just to maybe keep it on the feet and also work specifically on certain defences for submission attempts?
No, not at all. I mean, we train as if we're fighting anybody. It doesn't matter who it is. I mean, I believe that you don't really have a game plan. You train. You train for everybody. You need to make sure you're well rounded in every position. That way, no matter where the fight goes, you're ready for it.
And with your fight record, 2015 was pretty. It went pretty well for you. You came back this year to obviously take on Oscar. What's your goals, or have you got like little ideas of where you want to be by the end of this year after this fight with Oscar?
For sure. Where I want to be is I really want to be with Bellator. I hear everyone saying they want to make it to the UFC. Great. Eventually, yeah. I mean, I want to end up in the UFC like everybody else does. But I love Bellator. I think they have very tough, well-rounded fighters, and they're in the top elite too. I mean, just like Strikeforce was. Look at all the champions in the UFC now. They're all coming from Strikeforce, and I think that if Bellator ever merged with the UFC, it'd be the same thing. I think the Bellator guys are just as tough as the UFC guys, and I think they're overlooked a lot.
I was going to say
that's where I'd like to aim for is really to be in the top elite of Bellator by the end of the year.
I think you're right there. In 2015, Bellator really did make a move in a positive direction, I think, and especially with, I hate to say it, but with the way the pay works, and the way you can generate money. If you're a what's the word I'm looking for? A fighter, a motivated fighter outside of the cage as well. In promoting yourself and whatever, then your opportunity to make good money is there in Bellator as well.
For sure. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. I mean, unless you have a full-time sponsor or anything, as a fighter, I mean, I tried actually quitting fighting last year, and then the owner of my company and my wife and everybody sat me down and told me that they really want me to go for it in 2016. So, I mean, luckily I got them they're sponsoring me year-round and stuff and helping out with things. So, I mean, I still have to hustle, though. As a fighter, you still have to be out there hustling. That way you can pay for your gas to get to the gym, pay for your gas to get wherever you need to go, your gym membership, stuff like that. So, I mean, yeah, you really got to look for who's going to pay you best right now. So.
Yeah, and what I like with being with Shamrock is that relationship, like we said, mentioned Bellator, with the relationship they've got there. Jesse's got that thing with Scott, and if you get that title shot within Shamrock and you defend it, you get a contract with Bellator. But also, I can imagine if Scott Coker sees talent within the fighters anyway, before they even get to the championship belt, he might obviously, there'll be that kind of connection there with Jesse where he'll say, look, I think he's already got that X factor. I want to bring him in already. I'll nurture him. I won't just throw him to the lions straight away. And I'd like to bring him in and make him a product himself, a star within Bellator, build him up through the ranks. So I think it's a possibility that in 2016 that we'll see a lot of that happening with Bellator.
For sure. I mean, like I said, I think Bellator is overlooked a lot, and that's where I'd like to see myself by the end of 2016 is having a contract with Bellator. I mean, I don't mind being thrown to the wolves or anything. I mean, I'm here to fight, and that's what we're gonna do. There's fighters, people that want to be fighters, and I consider myself a very tough fighter. So. Yeah,
it's and to be honest, it is handy if you're fighting within a promotion like John said, where you've got that good relationship, because it works both ways. Sometimes I'm not saying with yourself, but sometimes fighters do make the leap too soon, and it's nice to be able to sort of come back, and then you can always leap again, sort of thing. Whereas we have seen in the past that some people won't get touched just purely because of the promotions they've chose to fight with in the past. And, you know, if you choose to go one way, then they don't tend to, they won't take you in another direction if you, without mentioning too many names. But if you know, if I'm sure everyone's following what I'm on about.
For sure. I mean, you also got to, like you said, you also got to be smart about what you do. So
yeah. But there are certain promotions that do work well with each other, and you know, I think you're with a couple of, well, you're mentioning 2 good promotions there, so
you will be fine. I think obviously now with this fight against Oscar. What did I say, Carlos? Oscar Valdez. Now, it's like I say, Shamrock are starting to make improvements as well within themselves. They're starting to get also the what's the word I want to say? They're getting the brand out to people. No, they're getting the brand out in television wise. They're speaking to other companies. They're getting on board this online streaming. That's what they're trying to do. So it also, I think, helps if you're fighting on that card like yourself to really make yourself a fan base already. You know, starting to get that kind of attention and notoriety, which will obviously attract. If you can get the names you can get people following you, talking about you. That as well is a big part. So for you, like you say, you want to make 2016 a big year. You're really making a good stab at it. You're really setting yourself up well with the possibilities that Shamrock are offering.
For sure.
So do you know about these TV deals that they're looking to do?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you know about the TV deals that they're looking to do?
No, I haven't really. This is actually gonna be my first fight with Shamrock, so I mean, I never really. Don't want to say I've heard about Shamrock, but I've never fought for them or anything. So I never, like, as a fighter, I always paid attention to myself and not my surroundings and stuff like that of other fighters coming up and stuff like that, and just looking to fight. So I mean, I've never really listened to what they have to say or anything like that, because usually I'm focused on what I'm going to be doing.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a busy enough job in itself, isn't it? You know, trying to.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, and keep a family life down, you know, sorted or.
Yeah, I was about to say, because you're training twice a day for this as well, getting yourself prepped. So it sounds like you're taking that kind of professional attitude and work ethic into this fight, going, you know, with the two sessions a day. Do you then, with these 2 sessions a day that you're doing, are you just purely doing mixed martial arts training? Are you doing like your boxing, your wrestling, etc., or are you doing strength and conditioning separate? How are you balancing this all out, though?
I mean, it's a little bit of everything. Like on Wednesday, all I focus on Wednesday is strength and conditioning. But on Monday mornings, I go in for MMA strength and conditioning with LC and Jason High over at ATTHD, and we go through an hour and a half, 2 hour workout of just MMA strength and conditioning, and then from there, I usually shoot over and do a bag class with Austin Ford at Brass Boxing, and then after that, I go back to HD for sparring Monday nights. And then on Tuesday, I come in, I do straight boxing, and then after that, I go back to ATTHD at night and work on strict wrestling. So, I mean, we focus on everything, and when we're focusing on that, it's only that. So
you must love Mondays.
I love Mondays, but I also. I love grappling and wrestling and stuff. So I mean, I haven't wrestled in a long time, and I'm starting to get back into it. So it's really good. I like it.
Yeah, that kind of work ethic that wrestlers have and the training they do, it is kind of now getting a bit of the notoriety and the recognition that it is possibly one of the hardest training sessions that you do, the hardest grind that you can have in exercise and basically the mental strength that you put yourself through.
For sure, yeah. I mean, I don't think I wrestle. Something my wrestling coach said when I wrestled in high school. I only wrestled my senior year, but he made a statement to me that said nothing in life is harder than wrestling, and I haven't found a workout or anything that's harder than wrestling. So I mean, that saying sticks with me, especially when I'm working out. So.
You want to try doing CrossFit? Your back will tell you that's the hardest workout it's ever had. You know, all the people are getting hurt now.
That's for sure. That's for sure.
Oh no, we won't slate on CrossFit too much. I could be there all day with that. Cody, yeah, you're like I say, you're fighting on the Shamrock FC card. You're taking on Mr. Oscar Valdez. I'm certain from what it looks like on paper, it's going to be a potential fight of the night for people to tune into. And again, like I said, Jesse is doing the deals to make it easier for people to stream around the world. So jump on the Shamrock FC website to watch this fight. Why should people tune in to watch you fight anyway? Cody, why should people watch you fight then? Why should we watch you fight against?
Sorry, cut out for a second.
No, it's okay.
It's gonna be an exciting fight. I mean, I'm a fighter that a lot of people want to watch. I mean, usually when I'm fighting, I usually bring 100 or more people to the fight to watch me fight. I'm very entertaining, and I think Oscar is too. So I think that it possibly could be fight of the night, and I think it's a fight that no one wants to miss. A lot of scrambling, a lot of moving, so it'll be fun.
Sounds good.
And Cody, what about, have you got any social media stuff that people can jump onto to give you a follow and that stuff on, mate?
You can find me on Facebook. It's Cody CP Peterson is all I really do. I mean, I have a Twitter and stuff, but I don't really get on Twitter. Kind of fell out of that. So I mean, I just stick with Facebook. So I mean, if people want to follow me, they're more than welcome to follow me on Facebook at Cody CP Peterson. They can find me. So
there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Jump on, give Cody a follow, and join him on this big, massive 2016. And it sounds like he's going to go for. I'm sure you're going to bring it. What about, have you got any sponsors, like you said before, your work and stuff? Do you want to give a shout out to them?
For sure. Big shout out to Central GC Construction and also Columbia Exteriors. They really helped me out a lot making the choices that I've made. Big shout out to my wife. My wife chasing the dream with me, so that's hard. You know, you got to have family involved with that to be able to do that. And then I also got like Ever Ready services, that shampoo carpets, brass boxing, ATT HD, and I mean I have a couple more I can go on per day. So there's a lot of tremendous people that are helping me that I appreciate a lot. So
that sounds awesome. Sounds like you got a lot of support there and a lot of belief as well. It's great to hear. You mentioned your gyms there. Do you want to give any props to your coaches and specific sparring partners that help you out in that?
For sure. All my sparring partners, for sure, and everyone I work with. Big shout out to Austin Ford out here at Brass Boxing, and then Jason Hine and LC out at ATT HD. I mean, those guys, really helped me out and helped me stay on track with my conditioning. And then, like I said, my wife, I need to thank the most, just because she has dinner ready for me when I come home. She puts up with my stinkiness, my sweatiness, and with the weight cut. We're not pleasant during our weight cuts, so she always deals with that. So, I got to thank her for that. So.
Good man. Getting the brownie points in. Good move.
You can sleep with both eyes closed tonight.
Yeah, Cody. We never say on the show. We never say good luck. We say have a great fight, have a great weekend, and enjoy every moment of it.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Shamrock FC is kicking off their 2016 with a card in January, and on that card we have Ken Hooten, who's fighting, I'm going to say it's Felix Santillano. It's a bit of an exotic name. He's definitely winning the battle of the names there. He sounds very exotic, Ken. But first fight of the year, you obviously at Christmas time had to have the veg and a little bit of meat, obviously to look after your weight, I imagine. So how has your festive training been?
Yeah, I've been doing as much training as I can. It's been really busy with the holidays, trying to steer clear of the sweets and everything. I have to drop, I walk around 170, 175, so I have to drop about 20 pounds for the fight too. And it's been really tough over the holiday season.
It's okay, Ken. I had the sweets for you. I made up for all the fighters that are competing in January. Me and Mike, between us, have shared the sweets. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I've probably had a lot more than I should.
Yeah, they just got to embrace that cardio now. Got to embrace the cardio. So, Ken, you're fighting Felix. on Shamrock now, like we say, Shamrock FC, they like to make an effort with their matchups. For yourself, you're just getting those fights under your belt in the amateur ranks, and how are you feeling going into this fight then? Preparation-wise, training.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident. I do a lot of actual work this time of year as my strength training. I cut wood and split wood, do things like that, and do a little bit of strength training in the gym, a little bit of sparring, a lot more working out on the bags, things like that. Just trying to keep myself in good shape and drop down, keep my cardio up so I don't get myself worn out.
And so then, how did you fall into the competing side of the MMA? How did you fall into MMA then? Give myself and everyone at home a bit of an insight into who you are and how you got into this.
Yeah, I had a bunch of friends I went to school with right after we got out of school, got into it, and I used to train and spar with them to help them get ready. And for years and years, they tried to talk me into doing it, and finally here last year, one of my friends talked me into it, and I went ahead and got in, and went with them down at Branson with Show Fight, JT Tilley and them, and I enjoyed it. My friend that got me into it, Archaic Chris Evener, he got an opportunity to go up to Shamrock and asked me if I wanted to come too, and I told him, yeah, I was game.
And that's how it all started, and that's how it all began. Now, Ken, who do you... I assume obviously you watched MMA then before you took up the sport. Is there anyone then that you kind of look at and, not say aspire to be, but is there anyone's style in particular that you kind of, you can relate to? Do you just, or do you just do your own thing? Is it anything like that?
But I kind of do a mix. I've spent the majority of my time training and watching Muay Thai and things like that, and some of those fighters, Hinchai and Bukau, and some of those that are basically legendary Muay Thai fighters. I like a lot faster paced, stand-up, striking fight.
Yeah, Bukau's a bit of an animal, I won't lie, he's a savage. I would not like to be leg kicked. No, I wouldn't like to have a leg kick off him, not really.
No, I don't even want to kick his leg. It'd probably kill my shin.
Yeah, I was thinking as well. I was thinking I wouldn't want to check his leg kicks either. I'll tap out to that. I'll tap out to him. So you're okay then. So let it be easy then to put you down into that kind of like Donald Cerrone kind of stand up with the the Muay Thai, good hands, good leg kicks, head kicks, that kind of thing, and you're in the same weight class. The 155 is the weight class for that as well.
Yeah. I like those faster paced. I think it's a lot more enjoyable for the fans, and it's a lot more enjoyable to me myself doing it to stand up and have them like that rather than the wrestling and whatnot. I do a little bit of wrestling and some of the grappling. I've done some of that, and if it's forced to it, I'm ready to do it. But I'd prefer to just stand up and do it like that.
Well, that was my next kind of point, was the worry, the danger of kind of focusing or being prepared with the Muay Thai stance, and obviously what you're doing with your throwing the leg kicks, which puts you only into one leg. You are susceptible to a potential takedowns. And one thing about Donald Cerrone is we'll use him as an example because pretty much anyone who's into MMA will know who Donald Cerrone is. I'd say his counter to all of that is the fact that he's very good off his back. He's very good with the transition to the triangles and arm bars when someone goes to take him down. Have you made sure then that your strength is similar in that way, that because if you like to stand and bang, you're going to possibly be wanting to throw maybe 2 or 3, 4, maybe 4, a 4-punch combo, mixed with kicks. But if you're going to throw that many shots, someone might be shooting in. Do you kind of make sure then that if you do get taken down, you're ready on your back, you've got a quick transition to go from what you basically can chain the submissions up. You go from triangle to armbar, etc., and just mix it up like that?
Yeah, I practice a lot of that stuff in case I get down like that, and I do a lot of stretching. The majority of the training I do is stretching and flexes, things like that. I stay nice and limber and flexible so I can roll around and get in a lot of positions that a lot of guys, if they don't do that stretching, will have trouble getting into. if they concentrate more on their strength training than their stretching, then like I said, I can get in positions that they have trouble with.
Yeah, stretching's a big part of it, because especially with if you're going to do Muay Thai kicking, if you're going to kick someone's head, it's not easy to do if you've got tight hamstrings.
No, it's not easy to get your legs up that high and have any kind of snap and power on it. And really, in those type of kicks, the rolling of the hip, unless other than the straight forward push kick, the main rolling of the hips and the tap on the kicks is where the real power comes. And if all your muscles are tight, you don't get that kind of snap when you've got the extension and everything that it takes to do a kick that high.
Yeah, you're more forcing the kick then, and then it's not fluid. There's not much power in it either. It's so tense. The kick is so tense, let's say, that it's almost slowed down. There's not much power in it.
Yeah, it's more of a push than an actual impact kick whenever they hit with them.
Yeah, so, and you know what, we're going to see, probably, all I hope to see anyway, this weekend, not this weekend, sorry. I hope to see some fighters that get to do it. A good example would be, like you say, Donald Cerrone. He's beautiful for that stuff. Edson Barboza. He's another one. He's got some he's got some good kicks. Carlos Cod. There's a handful of guys with, lethal kind of kicks. And it is because they're limber, like you say. And the good thing is you do it to help with the jiu-jitsu on the ground, for the transitioning. And for stretching is a very important part of the game that people don't understand that. But then again, it's time. Some people will put a lot of effort into, they'll do a Muay Thai session, wrestling, then they'll do jiu-jitsu, then they'll do strength and conditioning, and they'll leave the stretching bit out. It's...
Yeah, the stretching is where actually a lot of the stamina and the muscle stamina and all that comes in, because you prolong your stretches and do prolonged flexes, and that's where a lot of your muscle stamina comes in, keep you from getting your hamstrings or your biceps worn out and all the different stretches. That has a lot to do with just the strength of the muscle itself, and I think that is the biggest part of my routine is my stretching and flexing routine.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to it, fighters maybe should realise that they don't have to do stretching even at the gym. They can do it at home. They can put on, they can binge watch a TV series, sit down on the floor and just stretch away while that's on.
Yeah, I'll put on music or put on a TV show I like and spend 45 minutes to an hour, a time or two a day, a few days a week, 5-6 days a week, like that. Just, like I said, put on something enjoyable and spend an hour or so stretching.
And it really opens up the body. It's a very smart thing to do, Ken. You're already preparing yourself, obviously, in a very smart manner. So, when Shamrock FC has the first card of 2016, when people tune in to watch it, what will we expect to see from you then? Will we just expect to see a fast-paced, fists, elbows, knees and feet coming at you?
That's what I'm looking for. That's, like I said, that's what I think is kind of the most enjoyable for the fans and everything, and that's what I think keeps the fighters the sharpest and on their game, is those types of fights, and that's what I'm going to try to provide every time. I mean, it's all about the fans. If they weren't there, we wouldn't be there.
Absolutely. So Felix better be keeping his hands up and his chin down.
Yeah, that's the hands high. Because I'm fast with my hits, and they're hard. All my friends I spar with, and everybody tells me I hit like I weigh 250 pounds.
I'd say I'm nearly 250 pounds myself after Christmas.
Yeah, that can happen over this season.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have. I think a lot of people are going to be like that. I think for a lot of us, January is the time to start cutting weight again. Ken. Yeah. Then let's say people want to jump on to follow you in your career, starting off, building up your way to the higher levels. How do they start following you now? Have you got like social media stuff they can do?
I haven't really got a whole lot of that going. I've got my own personal Facebook page, which is just my name, Kenneth Hooten. I've got a business I do a little bit on that's got a Facebook page. It's The Spot at Pomme de Terre. I'm a flyboard instructor. And then I've got I can't think of the name of the website. Tapology. My Tapology's got a page on me on there. You can go on and check my stats and what's been going on and everything.
I was going to say, I've got a friend of mine who also, we train together, he does competing as well, and he runs a flyboard company over here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, man, yeah.
That's another thing that keeps you in excellent shape for this type of activity, too. Yeah,
it's a strange kind of, you wouldn't think it until you do it, and you wouldn't realise how taxing it is until you've done it. It looks fun, but it's a hell of a workout.
Yeah, 10, 15 minutes on the flyboard and doing tricks and things is about like a 45-minute to hour full body workout. It's the only sound that provides a similar rush to this, though. There's just no way to explain it to anybody that hasn't done it, and there's no other rush to compare to it.
Yeah, they have to. I think, ladies and gentlemen, you'll have to try out flyboarding and try out MMA to get an idea of what we're on about. Ken, look, have you got then any sponsors? Do you want to give a shout out as well to your coaches, your friends, family? Anyone that's been helping you out and stuff.
Yeah, Archaic Ways Fight Club, and Archaic Chris Heavner, his brother Harley Heavner. Those are the guys that got me into it the most, and that I spend a lot of time with, that I spend time sparring and practicing with. I've known for years. My beautiful fiance Jennifer Kennedy for sticking by me and putting up with me through all this and building up to the fights and everything, and the kids for just being so good about it. Such good sports.
Awesome stuff, Ken. Like we say here on our show, we never say good luck. We always say have a great fight, have a great weekend, enjoy the whole experience. Because it's not about good luck. It's not about luck, mate. It's about how hard you've been training. So have a great time and have a great fight against Felix.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for having me on.
Okay, that was Cody and Ken there. It's great to have those gents on and have a little chin wag with them. I'll start off then with stuff that's been going on, really. We've got some great news that came out. Conor McGregor and Rafael dos Anjos. Let's jump straight into this conversation. Firstly, I have to say, I feel a little bit sorry for Frankie Edgar. I love the guy to bits. All he's done is everything that is required of a man to win and deserve and earn a title shot. Especially finishing Chad Mendes in the way he did in the first round. Conor McGregor took Conor 2 rounds to finish him. So let's put it out there. Frankie did a great job. But this was the match that makes more financial sense. Conor McGregor going for 2 straps, fighting on Rafael dos Anjos, who has been, let's be honest, a revelation of late since he's changed his strength and conditioning to the speed of sport with Scott Curson. He's looked absolutely phenomenal in that match against Donald Cerrone, which didn't last that long. So, let's say March 5th, the fight's going down. Conor versus Rafael dos Anjos. The co-main event, thankfully, Holly Holm is fighting Miesha Tate. So, it's a great move as well for Holly Holm. She gets to fight on a card, a pay-per-view card, which is going to sell big because it's got the Conor factor. So, she'll make a lot of money with those, with the pay-per-view sales. Very smart girl. She finishes off Miesha Tate. She then goes off to potentially UFC 200 to fight Ronda Rousey. Another huge card that will possibly be. Even if it's not UFC 200, the fight with Ronda is going to be massive anyway. Miesha Tate, though, big chance here. This is probably her last chance at getting that bantamweight title. I feel if Miesha doesn't win it, I feel she probably might retire. I really am curious to see how she approaches this fight and what the result will mean for her. So we move on to, obviously, other news was the Nick Diaz having his... the Nevada Athletic State Commission had their monthly meetings, and his ban was reduced finally. He originally was on it was on a 5-year ban, that was it. 5-year ban, I think it was $350,000 off the top of my head. And then it looks like they've agreed to reduce it to 18 months and $100,000 fine. But the thing was, what stuck out more is during the committee meeting, they brushed over it very quickly, didn't go into detail, didn't do any apologies, nothing. It just shows what a shambles and what a disaster the Nevada Athletic State Commission is, and how embarrassing that those people are that are on the board. It's all about money with them. It's just so bent and corrupt. I can't abide those people on that. But we're going to move on because there's no point in sitting there moaning and being dreary. Let's talk about... Okay, do you know what? We'll talk about UFC is finally going to Croatia and Holland. You know, it's a great movement. It's a great idea. It's expanding the market in Europe. Touching base with potentially new names, new faces. And also, they might get a new genre, a new wave of people coming up. Now, my only query and potential feeling about this is I feel like they've done those cards a little bit too close together. You know, they're like 1 month after another and stuff. Then again, this will suit people who live in Holland and Croatia, as in they will get they're more likely to get a ticket rather than, for example, if I was to want to go across to watch the card. You know, I like that in a way that the people in Croatia and Holland will get a chance to see the card themselves rather than have the people from across Europe to come and travel to there. Because I know, you know what? I see they'll go to Europe again by the end of the year easily. You know, they'll probably do another Sweden card. They know the momentum is there with Sweden, especially with Latifi fighting this weekend. If he can get a win, it's another reason to go there. Go back when you got your guys are winning. Let's move on to we'll go to we'll do 2 negatives, and in fact we've got 3 negatives. And we got 2 negatives. I'm going to end on a positive note. That's terrible. Royce Gracie is fighting Ken Shamrock, as we all know, Bellator. It was a bit of a mockery made. It seems that everything's come to light, and we all kind of realise now why Royce Gracie has taken his fight. He is up for tax evasion with the IRS in the States, up to $1.5 million. Now, he will have more than that amount, but it just goes to show that it's not the smartest move to hide your money and try to play silly or dumb. Royce Gracie, he's made a big mistake. He's taken a fight against Shamrock when he shouldn't have needed to, if he'd just done everything right, if he went down the right channels and looked after himself. There's a great piece. The reason why I know about this is a great piece done by Bloody Elbow. I posted it on our Facebook page. Read it. I tell you, 2016 is going to be even more beautiful work coming from them boys. We're going to move on now to, let's mention again, Donald Cerrone, Rafael dos Anjos, mentioned it before. I'm going to also bring in Nate Diaz, not Nick Diaz, Nate Diaz. They all got fined a uniform violation fine from the Reebok side of things because Nate Diaz wore jeans at the weigh-ins. I'm not lying. Donald Cerrone had a patch on his shorts, which I believe is it's in correlation to his grandmother. And then there was Rafael dos Anjos, who had a t-shirt on which wasn't Reebok at the weigh-ins. Now these fighters all got fined. It's just getting an absolutely ridiculous joke. And Donald Cerrone was told if he wears the patch again, he won't fight again in the UFC. And do you know what I want? And Donald Cerrone said, I'm still going to wear it. I want him to wear it. I want him to give a middle finger up to this horrendous kind of sanctioning and restricting, and it's too conformative. It's too, it's just I can't stand it. It's such it's almost like the way the government wants people to live. You know, they want all governments in the world want you to literally go to school, get an education, get a job, work till your last breath and die. Then they want you to get married during that time, have kids, buy a house, and then that's it. That's all he wants. And it's the same with the UFC. The UFC seem to be, right, we're going to restrict you on anything because we don't want you to be an independent person. We don't want you to be different. We don't want you to have a personality. We want everyone to be the same. And I commend Diaz and Cerrone for lashing out, coming out on Twitter and basically saying, I don't give a shit. Love it. Love the pair of those guys for saying it. I hope that they maybe keep their middle finger up a little bit longer. We'll see what happens in the future. We'll finish on the latest news that just came out. When this goes out, I don't know the exact details of it, but it seems that Romero, the 38 Greek god body, has somehow maybe accidentally, maybe didn't know what was in his sandwich, failed an out of competition doping test. Now, What happened? I don't know. I believe it's a designer steroid, a peptide that increases your testosterone levels. I'm stunned. I don't know how. He doesn't seem the kind of guy who looks... He doesn't look that muscular. He doesn't look that big. It's crazy. But it's happened. I'm having a sip of me tea, ladies and gentlemen. Get over it. So yeah, it seems Romero's been stung for cheating. Tim Kennedy had a great time on Twitter about that. I won't lie, I had to retweet everything he did. But now we're going to move on because that's some interesting news and interesting kind of things I thought that stuck out to me. But I'm going to move. There's a lot more news that we could go on forever about, little intriguing things, other matchups, etc. But I'm going to move on from this. I'm going to move on to our next guest. We've got a lot of guests, and I've got lots of fights to talk about, etc. Okay, so we're going to start with 3 interviews. Okay, before I move on to Invicta FC card coming up, I have Jacob Akin against Jordan Hernandez. These 2 gents are going to throw down on the Shamrock FC card on the 16th of January. So I'll have Jacob first and then Jordan. After those gents have spoken, I'm going to stick on Andrea Lee. She is, like I say, the Legacy FC. She's a Legacy FC champion. She's an Invicta winner. She's a female fighter who's going places in 2016. She's got a talent. I think she's got the marketability of someone who can really make it. And do you know what? I have to admit, it was a pleasure speaking to her. I can't wait to stick her on for you all to listen to as well. So here is Jacob, Jordan, and then we'll finish off with Andrea. Okay, Jacob, you've joined us now, and you are going to be taking on at Shamrock FC one Jordan Hernandez, and it's not very far off now. I assume you must have been punching the punch bag and the pads a lot harder over the Christmas period, knowing that you couldn't have that extra mince pie because of him.
Not really. I train year round, you know what I mean? Like, that's something that martial arts is a real hobby of mine, you know. I like to fight to just kind of like, to make a little extra money and just to express myself, you know. I enjoy the competition side of things, and I've known about him for about a month or so, and I've had training partners fight him before, so, you know, I kind of know about him. And I have a certain game plan about what I'm going to do.
Okay, so because you've had, like, say, training partners who've competed with him, does that really, you know, kind of maybe make you fall into an idea of what he's going to be doing the whole time? Because he could be off right now doing X, Y, or Z to, you know, he could have added something to his game. Do you just take note of some of the habits that he had maybe, and that's just about it?
Well, I imagine that he's evolved, you know. He seems to be like a tough guy that evolves, but, you know, so have I. You know, I have a lot of confidence in myself and the things that I plan on going out there and doing, you know. I no matter who's in the ring with me, you know, I really feel like that's going to be my attitude towards anything. You know, I'm very confident in my abilities to do what I can do.
And you said that, you know, martial arts is, you know, your life, so to speak. What's your background then? Have you come from a particular martial art or have you done a couple before you even hit the MMA scene?
No, sir. You know, I grew up, you know, kind of like in poverty. We never really could afford to do sports, and I always had a knack for like martial arts and stuff. But when I was about like 19 years old, I could start working for myself and made my own money. And I ran into a man, Rob Kimmons and Steve Crawford, some local fellers around here, and I've been training with those guys ever since, you know. And since then, it's opened up plenty of opportunities to do other things, you know. I love jiu-jitsu. I love jiu-jitsu and any type of ground fighting, you know, there is. And I'm a big boxing fan.
Do you compete in any jiu-jitsu competitions yourself? Just pure jiu-jitsu?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do. I'm currently I'm a black belt underneath Steve Crawford in American Jiu-Jitsu, and I try to compete in as much competitions as I can. A lot of state tournaments around here, and that Midwest Submission Grappling Challenge, they come down and stuff. You know, I try to do other things besides Jiu-Jitsu as well. I like doing judo and takedown tournaments as well.
So you've been to a class or two then?
Say what? I'm sorry.
So you've been to a few classes then?
You've earned your black belt.
Yeah, your gi's looking a bit torn up on the knees.
Yeah. I compete in a lot of like takedown tournaments and judo and stuff like that, and it's definitely it can be hard on you and stuff.
Yeah, judo certainly. Yeah, especially if you get ippon, it takes the wind right out. You saying?
Well, I mean to tell you, it jams my fingers more than anything you've ever. I get more jammed fingers from doing judo and stuff of that nature. It seems like everybody always grabs like the 2 digits and stuff like that, twist them and all that nature.
Yeah. I've been ipponed by some very high level judokas in my time, and it just hurt. And they were about 105 kilos. One of them was, and he just threw me over like it was nothing and landed on me, and I would just lay there. I didn't want to move for about a week.
Yeah, I have a lot of cousins who do a lot of Greco-Roman wrestling, and I tell you, height and size is not something I was ever blessed with out of the family compared to the other cousins. Well, they would clinch up with me, man. Say what? I'm sorry.
I was just saying, I kind of know how you feel on that one.
Oh, I mean to tell you, it's no good, man. But at the same time, I have to say I'm a lot tougher than they are now. They made me tough. Those are my first sparring partners, my cousins and my brothers.
And yeah, like you say, you took on martial arts. Kimmins, well, UFC vet. He's a great head, for the sport. He's got great knowledge to pass on. You're under a really smart guy there, really, who's done it. He's made the mistakes. You must enjoy really learning from him as well.
Rob Kimmins, I actually have a unique relationship with that man. We're from the same neighborhood, and my wife is from the same neighborhood. So I remember coming up and watching him, do his thing, and it was really Rob Kimmins showed a lot of us around here that we can actually do something with our lives. And that's something that I'll always take from him. And same with Steve Crawford. Steve Crawford is someone that I do not want to leave out. I spend a lot of my time with Mr. Crawford, and I truly believe that I am the person that I am in the martial art world because of him.
Because of his time. Well, I was going to say, you must spend a lot of time with him, obviously, training to get the black belt under him. You must have quite a close connection with each other to get the belt. You have to put the hours in, so I imagine you must get on really well with him.
Yes, sir, we do. It's just as time goes on, and you just develop a friendship with people, and and I think it was a mixture of my love and him just teaching me all the time. I showed up twice a day for 7 years straight.
That's some commitment there. That's bloody hell. Well done, sir.
Yes, sir. I have a hard work ethic. I really do. I work really hard, and I dedicate my life to martial arts. I always told my wife that I'm cheating on her with martial arts.
That's not. I'd say what you're the only man who can admit to his wife that you've been cheating and get away with it.
Thing is, the wife can still beat you more than martial arts can.
Well, she smacks me around here and there. I tell you that. But she's good for me too.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah. Now, training obviously for this fight, like you say, you're always training all year round. This fight is the first fight of 2016 for you. What are you looking to do for this year then? You've got this fight coming up. Have you got any goals set? Have you got any ideas of where you're looking to end 2016?
Yes, sir. I'm hoping to really either be the #1 contender for the Shamrock title, or if not, the champ himself. And two is just, I want to get back in the winning ways. I had a hard year last year in the combative scene. I also do professional boxing as well, and I boxed a lot, and I didn't win any of my matches this year, and it was just a hard year for me, or last year. So this year, 2016, I'm hoping to really to get back in the winning streak and just get back in the title picture and do those type of things.
Well, I would say scrub last year and use that as a form of hunger for this year.
I would, but then again, is there anything in particular you can put it down to why you maybe feel that you just weren't quite getting what you needed, weren't quite getting the W's? Do you think you've realised what it is? Did you sit down and talk about it? Was there anything in particular that that stood out?
Well, yeah, I had a rough year this year, or last year. My mother passed away, and it was really hard on me. just to the things that happened and stuff like that. And so I just put like I was the only one to pay for the funeral. So I did a lot of working, and I had to take a couple of unnecessary fights to just help that whole situation. And luckily my job helped out. My job helped me a lot too. So, but that's kind of what it is. And it's just, I know that the real test of a true warrior is to get knocked down 8 times but get up 9.
Yeah, it is.
And,
well, that's the thing. It seems like last year your mind was somewhere else while having to compete, but at the same time you were competing for the reason why your mind was somewhere else.
Yeah, it's just that like those are the negative reasons to compete. I truly believe that you should compete because it's something that you love to do.
Yeah.
Money shouldn't necessarily be an issue because it makes things too complicated. You know what I mean? And it's just I know it sounds stupid. I know it does, and a lot of people disagree with me when I say that. But I guess that's the difference between a prize fighter and a martial artist.
No, you really should not be. If you're in the sport for money, you shouldn't be in the sport. I know that this one is put out as Conor McGregor talks about the money all the time, but he is the MMA version, and you got Mayweather. He talks about the money as well, Money Mayweather, and I think it should be all about the martial art itself. It is about
that's why they got into it at the very, very beginning.
If you're the best at that martial art, you've done it without talking about the money. That's shown that you're the best at that. You shouldn't have to sit there and go, well, I made X amount. You shouldn't care about that. You don't see... Best one to use is Anderson Silva, I don't really hear Anderson Silva whinge. He never used to whinge about how much he was getting paid. He never would boast about how much he get paid. He would go, he would fight, compete, leave, go home to his family, spend time with his family, and that was all he did.
And I must admit, you never saw him standing in a bunch of clothing and thought to yourself, I couldn't afford to dress like that.
Well, he wasn't he wasn't
you know what I mean? He
flaunting
wasn't
anything.
Flashy or...
But everyone knows he got paid a fortune. So it was he was a great example.
He was flashy when he came out in his Bruce Lee tracky, but
no, but yeah,
yeah, you know what I mean. He's not being cocky, flashy with the cash,
and that's how I think fighters should be. Even George St. Pierre, to an extent.
Yeah,
he's a good example.
Yeah, those are some great examples. I've always truly believed that fighting was it's a form of expression. You know what I mean? And I actually heard Bruce Lee talk about that in that the whole "Flow Like Water" speech that he did.
Yes.
Back in the day. He was talking about how it's a form of expression. And there's times I feel like I get misunderstood because of some of my antics in the cage and this and that. But I fight how I feel. I truly do. I act how I feel at that precise moment. And I just express myself. And I feel like that the cage is the one place that I should be able to go out there and get it out and let it out. Because in real life, I'm a hard-working man that I work 40, 50 hours a week, and I train on top of that, take care of my family,
And that sounds spot on. It sounds like you've got a very good head on your shoulders. And look, 2016 is upon us. 2016 is there for you to take with both hands and get what you want. And it starts with Jordan Hernandez at the Shamrock FC card coming up shortly. So look, before we let you go, have you got any sponsors out there? Have you got, first let's use your social network and stuff. Have you got any Facebooks, Twitters or anything like that people can jump onto?
Not necessarily. Just you can Kayla Andrews / Akin or whatever, however she does it. I'm not too fancy with all that stuff. I spend a lot of my time in the dojo. But I tell you who the people I would like to give a lot of special thanks to is Steve Crawford from American Jiu-Jitsu and Jason High and LC Davis from HD MMA and everybody who's helped me out along the way. And to my wife, and I reckon that's it.
No, sounds like some solid names and people out there you've got around you. So I'll tell you what, 2016 could be a very big year for you, sir. I want to say thank you for coming on. Have a great time at Shamrock. Enjoy every moment. Absorb the experience and go out there and express yourself how you want to.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Jordan Hernandez, you joining me now. You're fighting on the Shamrock FC card against Jacob Akin. Now, the pair of you are probably both looking to start 2016 with a big massive, lovely W, I'd imagine. A nice big win.
That's the goal here.
That's the goal. So what have you been doing then over December? Because it was Christmas period. You had Thanksgiving, then the Christmas period, and then obviously you've had a bit of time to get yourself prepped. How have you dedicated yourself to make sure this happens then?
Wait, do what?
How have you dedicated yourself to make sure you get this win?
I've been training cardio a lot, been keeping my regimen straight and in order, keeping my schedule on lock and not missing anything at all, trying to train it all, get prepared in every way I can for this fight.
Because obviously, you've had a few losses in a row. Now, what are you trying to do to rectify that? Then, what is it specifically that you've been doing? Because there's been something missing in your game. What have you been trying to add?
I've been working ground and takedown defense, basically.
Uh-huh.
A lot of ground, a lot of submission defense, because that's what my last few fights, my downfall's been is submissions. So I've been working to stay off the ground. And if it hits the ground, get right back up and keep the submissions from happening.
So your goal is just to have a stand-up fight. You feel you're strongest is when you're on your feet, throwing your hands and throwing your feet.
Yep. That, or I take it to the ground on my offensive.
Yeah, and maybe try to apply ground and pound, etc.
But yeah.
Yeah.
For the most part, I'd like to keep this one on the feet.
And is this because of your background or something that you feel you've got a stronger standing game than you have ground game? Have you got a background in stand up in any way?
Well, the crazy thing is I have more background in ground. I have 13 years of wrestling on the ground, but grew up in a family of boxers, so that's probably why I feel so much stronger on my feet, because I grew up boxing my whole life.
I suppose the combination of the combination of the wrestling and the boxing, it'll give you heavy hands. Then I'd imagine you must have pretty good heavy hands when you're throwing them. Yeah.
I definitely, for a 135-pounder, I can hit pretty hard.
And I suppose, that's the thing with the 130, with that division, that weight classes around there, guys are quite light on their feet, and they're quite light. It's not often you find guys like John Lineker is probably him and Brad Pickett are possibly around pound for pound the heaviest hitters in the lower weight classes. If you think of the big names in mixed martial arts, those guys hit like freight trains, and it's not very often you see guys hit hard. And John Dobson as well. He's probably a heavy hitter as well.
Yeah, it's not very often you find a really heavy-handed lightweight or bantamweight for that.
So do you feel as well that the cardio was an aspect that you need to work on as well?
Oh, I missed that. What was that?
Do you feel that the cardio was an aspect you need to work on too? Because you mentioned that you're doing a lot of cardio.
Yes, that's definitely what I've been focusing on. Because a lot of my fights in the last few ones haven't went out of the first round, so I'm trying to change that too. Keeping the cardio on lock, so if they do go past, it's not a problem.
Oh, I see. And have you went back to your wrestling? And what I mean by that is, have you been working back kind of just fundamentals in wrestling to help with the takedown defense and stuff?
I missed that again, sorry. I get terrible service where I'm at right now.
Oh, no, not a problem, friend. I will repeat that happily. Do you feel that you are working on specifically on wrestling, just the takedown defense? If you went back to the kind of fundamentals of wrestling to get that defense improved?
Yeah, just the basic takedown defense, really. The basics usually I figure work the best, honestly, because they've been around for however long and they've been working this long. So I've definitely got to work on that, and I have been. So with my cardio and the takedown defense, I don't think it shouldn't hit the ground unless I take it down.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because if you've already got the experience in the wrestling, you've already got quite a lot of knowledge then with that, so you can always just switch to the fun. And the thing is, like you say, it sometimes really is best just to go back to the fundamentals. Because you see guys in MMA, they'll do spectacular moves, they'll do spinning kicks.
Fancy.
And all these...
Oh, yeah, like crazy
Yeah.
crap.
And at the end of the day, do you know what? 9 times out of 10, most fights win with a straight 1-2. A nice jab and a right straight, or depending on if you're a southpaw or whatever. But usually that combination is, or the left hook, you throw a 1-2, 3, simple jab, straight, hook. And it's a simple combination that will always work time and time again. Or the double hook, you throw a hook to the body, and then the arm comes down, you throw a hook over the shoulder, crack him on the chin, bish bash bosh, you get yourself a nice little win.
Right, yeah, it's just, they work, and they've been proven to work, so.
Yeah, and I think it's a wise thing, probably going back to the fundamentals of the wrestling, even, simple fundamentals on defense on the ground, just to get yourself back up. Some people do get carried away with the training, and you do sometimes forget the principles and the fundamentals of how they, how it got them to the level that they're at to be able to do the crazy stuff. Sometimes it's good to go back to go forward.
Right. You always got to refresh on what you've learned to fully remember everything.
Yeah,
correctly.
Exactly. I still, to this day, shrimp. I will go in, and part of my warm-up is shrimping up and down the room, the mats, just constantly do it for several minutes. And do you know what? I get bored. It drives me insane. It just, it's nothing. You're not doing anything exciting. It's a bit mundane. But what it does, it gets in that muscle memory, no matter how much it sucks.
Right. Yeah. The muscle memory is a lot of it too.
Yeah, exactly. So as soon as
where you can do something without thinking about it.
Yeah, and that's the key. As soon as someone gets mount, I'll shrimp out all day long, or half guard. I can just shrimp away, and it's effortless.
Yep.
Then it's effortless, and that's the key. And it is drill. It is a big thing. So for you to, like I say, for you to come to 2016 now and get it off to a great start, you've just went back to fundamentals and just drilled them. And do you know what? The simple things will work.
Yep, that's what I believe.
And did you feel then that you can wipe the slate clean starting with 2016? Is that the kind of the process going into it?
Yeah, I mean, basically just start over. Start over, new slate from the beginning, basically.
And was it your coach? Was it your coach that said that you need to work on these fundamental bits, or was this something yourself you noticed watching footage?
It's something that I decided. I figured, watching my tape, watching all the other things, thinking back on the old fights, they basically stuck out like a sore thumb. It's just I need to go back, retrain what I already know, but just bring it back.
Yeah. Because, that's the thing. Sometimes guys won't watch their own footage, or they won't be honest with themselves about what went wrong. They'll proclaim that maybe, I had the flu, or, I was thinking about paying my gas bill, or whatever, or I think I left the oven on, or, silly things.
Right.
A lot of guys won't be honest enough about maybe where they felt they went wrong. They maybe feel that the guy just got lucky. The key is, you got to humble yourself. You got to say, I'm not the best. I'm not the most complete fighter. What do I need to work on? And accept that. And when you do, I tell you what, you improve a lot more when you do that.
Yeah. The best critic is yourself.
Yeah.
The best person to criticize yourself is you. So.
I'm with you on that. I agree completely, Jordan, man. Honestly, it'll make a huge difference. And the thing with Shamrock FC, that they're looking at, this year to expand themselves on the kind of the availability to watch the shows. So for guys like yourself, when you start to get on here, you've got it seems like the platform goes up a little bit higher because you've got more exposure. You can really showcase more of your skill set in the sense of, look, if I can beat people with a simple 1-2 process and snuff a takedown and beat a guy standing, people are going to love that and people will talk about it. So you've got a good opportunity here.
A good opportunity to start off 2016 good, anyways.
Hell yeah. So look, ladies and gentlemen, Jordan Hernandez is going to throw down at this Shamrock FC card on January 16th. Sir, before you go away, I want to say have a great fight. Enjoy your time there. Enjoy the whole weekend. But before you do, have you got any social media stuff that people can jump onto?
What was that?
Have you got any social media that people can jump onto and follow?
Just me on Facebook. That's about it.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So, what about? Have you got any sponsors that help you out? Anyone there?
Well, I got PW Fight Gear and Blue Valley Garage over in Kansas City. I want to thank them for all the help they give me. So.
And what about your training partners? People that help you out, coach you? Any people like that that kind of have been kind of fundamental in your training camps?
Yeah. I'd like to thank my best training partner is one of my friends, Nate Gossens, which he's not fighting on this card. I tried to get him on, but he's one of I've wrestled with him my whole life, so he's the best one to go back to fundamentals with.
Look, Jordan, it sounds like you've obviously been focused, you've been honest with yourself, and you're looking to address 2016 in a serious manner. So, like I said, have a great time at Shamrock FC.
All right, thank you.
I have with me the KGB. Sorry, Mrs. Lee. That's who I have with me, Mrs. Lee, KGB.
I'm KGB, yeah.
KGB. I kind of dig that. That's a fun name to have. I find that quite good. Firstly, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I hope everything's going well for you.
Everything's been well. It is, Christmas was great. And the New Year starting off pretty good.
Fantastic. Now, obviously, your December went very well, didn't it? Let's be honest.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, it was a lot of fun. And, I got to watch my daughter and enjoy opening her present. So, that's always fun.
And yes, I have to say because children still believe in Santa, it makes Christmas that little bit more special. When they get to I remember when I stopped. I say I stopped believing. I remember when I found out about Santa not being he is real. Just in case anyone asks, I got told that he wasn't real, which is a myth. Apparently, your parents do it. I think it's a load of rubbish in my opinion. But I remember when I got told that, I was devastated. And I still think to this day, I don't think I've been. That's one of my most traumatic experiences. Still, I remember having my heart broken as a teenager by some girl. I still remember her name, and I still see her now and then. I remember being broken then, but that was nowhere near compared to being that lie I got told about Santa. Disgusting it is. But on a fighting note, you've got a nice new little strap around your waist, which is always nice to get, though, isn't it?
Oh yes, so happy about that belt. Winning the Legacy Flyweight title, has always been something that I've wanted to do, and I didn't expect it to happen so soon. So I'm happy that it did, though.
Yeah, it's nice that Legacy have always. I've noticed for the past several years they have really been having the women's MMA on their promotions, and as well as having Invicta, having the All Card and Invicta. Legacy is a promotion that's been kind of promoting the women out there as well, and it's nice to see that. And for example, yourself, Holly Holm, there's a group of names coming from there, and it shows that they're putting on real quality fights as well. And with being the champion, do you feel now that you've got that kind of name now, that you've got this title? Do you feel that there's a bit more of a responsibility as a fighter? Do you feel like you've got to be more, let's say, more role model? Do you feel like there's maybe more eyes on you?
No, I still feel the same. I feel, the way that the same way that I did the day before before I won the title. I've always tried to carry myself well and be a good role model for young girls and older girls as well. Even men. I have a lot of men that message me, and talk about how inspiring I am to them, and I try to be a good person and be a good role model to everybody, male or female. I guess there is a little bit of pressure there, to having to defend it, because I'm going to have to defend it. I don't feel like, I've completed everything that I've wanted to do. I mean, this is just a stepping stone. And, I hope to win many more titles.
Well, I hope it's the start of many. I agree with you. And what's beautiful about this is your coach he's not just your coach; he's your husband. When for example, you've had your bout, and the bout's over, and you look back. I don't know if you look back at the tape, but I'm sure your husband does, and he looks back and breaks it down. I suppose there is a bit of a positive in the fact that you can trust his judgment in what he says to you. For example, if he says, do you know what, every time you threw a right straight, you kept letting your left hand down, which meant she was able to counter you all the time. We need to work on that. You know, you must feel a lot more confident then, because he's someone that you believe in and you trust in and you put your faith in, not just obviously as a coach, but as a life partner. So do you feel that kind of has helped you develop more? Do you feel like having him in that kind of status is a bit more of a bonus?
I do, and everything that he does, he does for me, and he wants me to be better and be the best, and he puts a lot into, my fight career. It's not just my career, it's his career too, and, when he's hard on me, he's harder on me than he is anybody else, and I know that he means well. After a fight and we go over the footage, that's all that he does is he critiques every little thing. And sometimes, I'm like, gosh, talk about some of the good, but and he does, he's always proud, but he's real quick to tell me, what it is that I need to fix, what I need to work on, and what I need to do to get better. And I do trust his judgment. He's been there from the beginning, and he knows what he's talking about. I'm stubborn and hard-headed, and, we butt heads a lot, but,
hey.
I guess that's the, we're married, too, so,
it's a winning, it's a winning formula. Hey, it's a winning formula, though, isn't it? Let's be honest. It's not...
Yeah, it is.
You've only got one loss on your record to the fantastic, lovely woman that is Roxanne. Now, the thing is, you lost that due to not... It was more of an external thing that happened. How did your eardrum... What were you cleaning out your ear and you rammed it in too far? What were you doing?
No, I was warming up. Well, okay, it was 2 days. 2 days before the fight, and it's weight cut week, so we're cutting weight, and I was drilling and trying to sweat some pounds out, and so we were going to go and shadow box, hit some pads, and do some light wrestling and grappling, just to keep sweating, and that was going to be our first workout of the day, and then Donnie suggested, we do some tech sparring, and so, we were just going light, but I got caught with a hook on the right side of my ear, which just landed perfectly, and, it just, as soon as the glove, pulled away from my ear, it popped, it was just, all that air pressure just, smacked into my eardrum, and then it just, that had that it was that suction of the gloves connecting to the ear, and then it ruptured, and I, at that moment, I didn't think that it was, I was just hoping that it was just ringing, and it was going to get better. I mean, it hurt. It did hurt, and I was upset, but I didn't really think that it was 100% ruptured until I took a bath that night, and I, laid back to relax, and then water just, I stuck my head in the water, and the water just, rushed my ear canal, and that was painful. It hurt so bad. And then from there, it just got worse. I got sick, and I couldn't sleep at night. I couldn't breathe. And then the night before my fight, I didn't sleep at all. I mean, it was miserable. I started to come down with a fever. I was burning up, and I was getting weak even when I was just warming up before my fight. I felt awful. But I didn't want to back out. I know that's not it wasn't the right thing for me to do. It was the day of the fight. I mean, I was there. I was there to fight and to prove that I was meant to be there. And I knew I was fighting Roxanne, so win or lose, it was still going to be a great opportunity for me to showcase that, my skills, and to showcase that I am good enough to perform on that level with somebody at her caliber. So that is what happened, and it still haunts me, but it's not, I don't let it bother me. And I made a friend, Roxanne and I are now friends, and I know one day we're going to have to rematch, probably, we're both in the same weight class. We both want the same thing. We want that world title, and so, when the day comes, hopefully it'll be when we're fighting for the Invicta Flyweight title.
I was going to say, yeah, I would imagine you maybe would like a rematch because it's going to be under different circumstances where you're both 100% and not in a malicious way, because at the end of the day, it is a contract, it's just a fight. You only dislike each other for 15 minutes, is how I say it.
Right.
It's almost like you've had an argument with each other and you just have to get it out, and then once it's out of the way, you just give each other a hug and that's it, And I'm the same whenever I fight, people are like, oh yeah, you want to kill him? I'm like, yeah, I don't get angry before. I can't. I'm like, I don't care. I'm not thinking about it. I'm training at the moment. I'm thinking about training rather than thinking about him. And then when the fight comes, you got potential 15 minutes of not liking someone, and afterwards, I'm there giving him a hug, having a chat with him, having a laugh. I'll talk to him backstage, and that's all it's about, And that's the thing with Roxanne. You probably do want to avenge it in a sense, not in a malicious way, like I say. It's just you feel you probably could have you would have gave more, than you probably physically could have. Your body was obviously trying to recover or help it.
But, I agree. I mean, I could have given more. I mean, if I had been in a better state, I could have given more. I mean, and I'm not going to say that, I for sure 100% know that I was going to win that fight, but at least I would have felt better about it, than to always think, what if, that's what sucks. It's just not knowing if, if I had been feeling good that night, I had been at 100%, like, would I have won? I don't know.
But the thing is,
I think so, but
you obviously you had the break because you physically had to. You got everything put back together. Let's say it seemed that it kind of worked having that break because you went off and obviously did drills on your arm bars. Because you came back and you were suddenly like an armbar machine.
Well, it's not like, I took a break because I needed to have surgery on my ear. I had my eardrum repaired. It's still not 100%, and I still can't really get a whole lot of water in it. But my equilibrium's not so bad anymore. And then I got my eyes fixed because I had really bad eyesight, and I'm legally blind. And I know that in Las Vegas you can't wear contacts when you fight, so I didn't want to be blind having to fight. I haven't had to fight like that since I started, since my first boxing match, and I just can't do it. I can't see my own hand in front of me, so I had to get my eyes fixed. And then after, this past year I have been working on my jiu-jitsu a lot. I've been trying to get better, just perfecting things, critiquing, just little things here and there, and my arm bars have come a long way. I'm really surprised. It's not that I've just been focusing on arm bars. It's just they're starting to make sense to me, and I'm starting to do things. I won't say it's 100%, but I'm doing things a lot better than I was before.
Yeah, have you thought then? I know a lot of fighters do it, but have you thought about maybe just go off and do grappling competitions and just stuff like that, just to get that more competitive edge? Because as much as you can do it in rolling in your training lessons, it is a different level of competition, isn't it? At the end of the day, when you actually go somewhere else.
Yes, it is. Like at the grappling tournaments, I always try to compete against girls that since I started, I've always been put in classes that are better than what I actually was. Like I was white belt in competing in blue belt level, and then when I became a blue belt, I started. I was still competing the blue belt level, but I would also compete, in the purple belt level against all of the higher ranked girls because I just was there for the experience. If I won, that was great, But for the most part, I'm there just to get my experience and to see, where I'm at, compared to the other girls that train all the time in jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, it does make a difference, I think, if you can do the competitions as well, because It's always good to add to your game. Like you say, you got the Legacy title, and you're still, because Invicta let you go to Legacy, don't they? I know they've done this with Catherine Costi, and they've done it with a couple of girls, so they can stay obviously more active. Is this just something they allow you to do then, because they'll let you go off in between bouts? Because when you come back to Invicta, have you got any rough idea of plans and dates you can give us?
For my next fight?
Well, for when you're looking to go back to Invicta, and even because obviously you've won the belt at Legacy, will you be defending it? You got any rough plans on stuff like that?
Well, I know that I will be fighting for Invicta again in March, and I don't know when I'll be defending my title for Legacy, but I will certainly sometime this year, But for the most part, I'm focused on, I'm possibly in that Invicta Flyweight tournament, and if I'm in that and I continue to progress and do well, then I'll be fighting more often. So depending on how the tournament's set up, I don't know if it's going to be like a one night thing where we fight and then we come back and fight again. I don't know if it's going to be an all day tournament or if it's going to be like over a period of time the way they do it in other promotions.
Yeah.
Where you fight and then come back 2 months later and fight again.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then I'll be focusing on fighting for Invicta for the majority of the year, and then hopefully I'll have won that Invicta title belt before the end of the year, and I can defend my Legacy title belt at the end of the year. So.
Yes. Yeah, it's obviously all dependent on this March tournament. And that's the thing, because if it does go, if it is the same day, it'll be probably just 2 rounds, and then obviously, but that means your training has to change up. Then you'll end up having to do a lot more endurance-based stuff, to compensate for the fact that you'll be expending a lot more energy if you were to make it through the different, if it's in one night, all the different kind of fights that you're going to have.
Yeah.
Now, will that require you maybe going to a specific strength and conditioning level? Do you go anywhere? Do you do anywhere for your strength and conditioning? Do you stick at the gym that you're at with?
I do a lot of strength and conditioning at my gym, and we'll go to the track as well. We got a lot of things that we do, resistant band strength, sprint. We do a lot of sprints, and I hate sprinting, but it's vital. It's important. And I run. I try to run 2 miles every day. So I do my weights. I also do, I guess what you would call ladder drills. Footwork, speed drills.
Yes.
So,
I do that as well. I'm more like an elephant, but it's fine. It's all good. It's like yeah, it's a beautiful sight. It's a beautiful sight.
I feel like I'm going fast, and then when my Kendrick, he works with me on my footwork drills with the ladders and all that.
Yeah.
And I see him do it. He's so quick, and I'm like, I thought I was going quick. But I'm actually like slow.
Yeah, it's
like an elephant. I feel like an elephant too.
So you said you had about your eyes before. So did you have laser eye surgery done on them?
I did.
And do you know what? I know a couple of people have had it, and they said it's amazing how it works, how good it works.
It is. It's incredible. I mean, it's. I feel like I still forget sometimes that I'm not wearing contacts, because I had worn contacts for so long, for so many years. I started wearing contacts when I was like 12, and so my whole life I've been in contacts, and it's every now and then some days I forget that I'm not wearing, I forget that I'm not wearing contacts. I think that I am. The other day I was talking to a little girl. She was talking about her eyes were bothering her, and I asked her, if she was having problems seeing me from far away. She said she could see me fine, but then up close, she said it gets a little blurry. And I'm like, oh no. And then for a split second, I was thinking that she was going to start having to wear, when she gets older, she's going to have eye surgery or wear contacts like I do. And then I'm like, oh wait, I don't wear contacts anymore. I had that surgery. So I forget.
Yeah, you can start saving up for her birthday. When she's older, if she does have to wear glasses, you can save up for her birthday present, get her some surgery on the eyes.
Yeah. Well, she'll have to wait until she's in her 20s. But,
do you know?
yes, I'll definitely get that for her.
I suppose having your little one, it's a nice distraction from the MMA life. You know, the rigmaroles of the intense training, the the hard grind, as they say, the grind. You know, it must be a lovely little break being able just to go with the little one, and basically, you know, you can sit up, cuddle up, and watch a Disney film, and it's just a complete downtime. And so, well, I say downtime. Hang on a minute. They've got so much energy, it's not even human what these kids have got these days.
Yeah.
But it must be lovely, that little separation.
It is, it really is. And, you know, she is a huge distraction. And she's always wanting to play. She's always, Mommy, you want to play? You want to play? And, you know, I hate to tell her no. Sometimes I'm cleaning, you know, and I can't. But then I feel bad because I told her no. So I'll go and play with her for a little bit. She's always wanting to play hide and seek or play with her Barbies or in Barbie house or anything, you know, as long as I'm spending time with her, and I love spending time with her. It's hard to get her to sit still and watch a full movie, though, you know, because you were talking about sitting down and laying down in a bed and watching a movie. That's almost impossible. Like, she'll watch it for a little bit, and then she's got to get up and she's got to do something. She's got to find something else to do.
Oh, no.
But I do enjoy it.
Yeah, I was going to say, because it's nice sometimes to have that breakout of the fight game where you've got, like, some people have other hobbies. It's always nice to have something different because it's just nice to switch your brain off for a bit because then you can go back to it. It's like, you go back to, like, it's almost like a crossword, I say, that sometimes you can't think of the word, and you go away from it, and you come back, and everything's almost like, it's refreshed. So you go back to training, you go, you know what, I know why I wasn't getting that transition. It was because your foot was here, X, Y, and Z, and you can start to maybe see things a bit easier. And I think it's always good for people just to step away for a minute. I've spoken to a handful of fighters, and they do loads of different things. Some of the stuff they do is crazy, but it works. Let's touch on then, because you are a female in the women's MMA world, which has imploded on us all over the years. With Invicta having that access on UFC Fight Pass, it is a huge chance and a huge exposure for yourself to kind of put yourself as a brand, let's say, out there. Is that how you see that as well? Do you realise that you've got to maybe make yourself make yourself as a brand, and that's what, as well as being a fighter, you're more than that?
Yeah, and I have, you know, kind of with the way that you know, Donnie helps promote me, you know, with my cowboy hat, you know, and my nickname KGB, and you know, we are constantly promoting and branding my name, and anytime, you know, any chance of exposure, you know, that I'm gonna have, you know, Donnie and I, you know, we always try to take that opportunity and do something with it. Anytime that I'm on the UFC Fight Pass, you know, like, Donnie's always got, anytime that I'm in front of the cameras, Donnie's always got some kind of idea, some way, you know, to help promote and help get my name out there. So, you know, he's constantly promoting and managing me.
Yeah, because it is a great market, you know, UFC Fight Pass, because, like, for example, I've got it on my phone. I love the app. To be fair, you know, it's nothing against women's MMA, but I watch Pride because I want to see two guys juiced up out the gills doing crazy things that isn't humanly possible, like Kevin Randleman. I'm like, there is no way that is a human being. Like, man was not meant to look like that. You know, doing crazy, like when he smashed Fedor, when he like kind of smashed Fedor on. It's just some of the stuff from Pride. I love it. You know, Crow Cop with those head kicks. Boom, one after another. You're just like, that is just heaven. But at the same time, yeah, you know, UFC Fight Pass is a great tool, you know, because so many people have it everywhere around the world. It really is starting to become like just huge, and I think, you know, it's great. I love seeing that, you know, you guys are, you know, in Invicta are getting this great exposure that it should be, because Invicta before Fight Pass, it was hard for it to get, you know, let's be honest, TV companies probably weren't as eager to put it on because they were just snobbery. It was just they didn't appreciate the women's combat sports because maybe boxing didn't take off as the male counterpart did. And I think it's beautiful that that UFC did take Invicta on to Fight Pass it and promote it out, and they push it out there because they do. Women's fights are, I'll swear, I don't mind, they're fucking awesome to watch. You know, I love watching some of the women's. Yeah. There's some crazy fights that go on. Like that Misha Tate Kat Zingano fight, even right now, I could watch that right now and I would be sitting there like a happy man. That was a hell of a scrap. And
it was.
Yeah, it was a great fight, and I think it's beautiful that the women's MMA is just getting put out there. It's just now it's so appreciated by the masses. Do you find that as well? Do you start to do people, like you see people about inspiration? People talk to you about inspiration. Do you find that as well, that people recognise how good you guys are, like how good the women's MMA scene is compared to, instead of just talking about guys, that they're recognising you as an entity, as women?
Oh yeah, I mean, I get messages all the time from people that are always telling me how awesome my fights look and how well I did in my last fight and my fight before that, and people are always complimenting us, and talking about how badass women are. There's a lot of females that have a lot of talent, and they are able to showcase it. There's been some girls that have fought, and some of them are kind of sloppy, but they made it. They're just tough, and they brawl. But anytime a girl fight, anytime a girl is fighting, they always bring it, and it's always a war. So I enjoy watching women fight. And I mean, sometimes they're boring. There has been some fights where they're just like, oh my gosh, all they're doing is just like holding on to each other. I want to see some action. Sometimes that happens, but it happens to the guys too. So yeah. But for the most part, women always bring it.
Yeah, they do, and that's the thing. I love the fact that they will fight, and the people will sometimes go, because you'll get the general fan, the fan that doesn't that's never done martial arts or doesn't really understand martial arts, and they'll say, they'll have that silly thing of, they're just attractive. They watch it because they're attractive women. I'm like, no, you look past that, because they're more than that.
Right.
They can throw down, like, as in, if they came in now, they would whoop your ass. That's how good they are, kind of thing. And that's the key. I think that people are now understanding that, yes, they can be very attractive females, but also they've got very good skill sets, and that's a great combination as well. That is a winning formula, let's be honest, for success, it seems. The opportunities that arise are just, untold, really.
Mm-hmm.
Have you found that has happened for you as well? The kind of benefits, I know you're married. Don't worry, I'm not asking for your phone number, but you've got that benefit. You are an attractive woman, so do you feel that that's what maybe brought a bit more attention to yourself with, let's say, offers for maybe kind of like marketing or sponsorships and stuff like that?
I think it's helped a lot. In the beginning, I think when I first started to get noticed, it was after I had this photo shoot done, and people, like Babes of MMA started promoting my pictures and getting out there on the internet, and I mean, they kind of, just started going all over social media, and people were just talking. So at first it was about my looks, and then people actually started watching me fight, because I had some people, they look at you or haven't looked at me and thought, oh, she's just pretty. She probably can't really fight, And I've had a lot of girls who thought that they could just beat me, based on my looks alone. But I've proved to people that I'm talented and I'm a very strong and aggressive fighter, and I'm not a sloppy fighter. I mean, I try to turn everything over. I'm a perfectionist whenever I'm at the gym. I want to do everything right. And I strive to be the best. So, yes, at first it was my looks. My looks helped me, and I think it still does help me out a lot. I'm able to market myself because of that, and also, I'm talented, so I'm not trying to. I don't brag. I'm not that type of person who likes to brag in any kind of way.
No, you've got a skill set. You've got the
I think
skill
that it's
set.
helped.
You've got the skill set. Let's say that word instead. Then, is that I think?
Yes, I've got the skill set.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think that people who don't quite understand the sport, because I compete, it's a different kettle of fish for me, because I appreciate the competitive side more. I appreciate when I watch the fights. I just don't look at the women and go, oh gosh, I wish I could open her up under my Christmas tree. I look at the women fighters as more as a competitor. I don't look at it as male and female. See, I look at the technique. I'm watching what they're doing. Like I said before, like if you're throwing a right straight and your left hand drops, I'm going, why is she not correcting that? Why is the coach not? Or watching their footwork, why is she stepping on the outside when she should be stepping on the inside?
Right.
I know things like that. I watch it like that. But then again, you will get the general fan who doesn't. But yeah, I think that as the sport's going on in your career anyway, with what's going to come up in 216, I think 216 is going to be a huge one for you. You know, especially if this tournament kicks off. I think it's going to be it's going to be a lot of fun to watch anyway. That tournament, good googly moogly. I cannot wait to hear what happens there. I hope that I hope they release some information soon for us all, so we know what's going down.
And they probably will after the Invicta fight.
Yeah, they might do it at the press conference after. Hopefully, I'll have to tune in.
Yeah.
I'll be tuning in anyway on UFC Fight Pass. Look, before I let you go, can you please tell me what your social media stuff is? So not only can people around give you a follow, but they can also maybe, like you say, watch what your fights do, maybe get a bit of advice and stuff like that.
Well, you can follow me on my Facebook page is Andrea KGB Lee, and so is my Twitter and my Instagram is Andrea KGB Lee. So if you're interested in following me there, I have photos and videos and stuff up if you're interested in looking at some of the things that I've done, some of my fights in the past. I'd also like to thank my current sponsors that help get me through month to month. They've done so much for me, and I just want them to know how much I really appreciate them. Starting with Carbonation Toys. Fizz Kids, by Carbonation Toys. Thank you so much. Apex Conditioning. Thank you for helping me get in shape and giving me all the awesome bionic shorts and resistant bands, and it really helps me, and it's made me so much better and so much quicker. Also, if you are ever pleased or happy, with my fight, and you want to, I don't know, throw money my way, maybe you bet on my fight, and you want some money, you can always go to tipafighter.com. They're also a sponsor of mine. It's tipafighter.com. So if you're ever, if you ever enjoy some of my fights, and like I said, you want to give me a tip, go to tipafighter.com. And I just want to thank my coaches, and thank everybody, all my training partners at Karate Mafia. Thank you, Donier, my husband, my coach, and to all my friends, fans, and family. And also thank you for having me today.
No, it's
really
been a pleasure, an absolute joy to have you on. It's been something I was looking forward to getting you on to talk to you. And like I say, 2016, just have a stupendous time. It's looking like it's going to be a great year for you. And do you know what? There might be more silverware coming at the end of the year your way.
I hope so. I'm going to train hard and, make it happen.
I'm sure you will. Thank you very much. Okay, that was Jacob, Jordan, and Andrea. Again, pleasure speaking to them. Jump on their social media stuff as well. Give them a follow, etc. It helps every one of them in their careers. We're going to move on to the Invicta card coming up this weekend. Invicta 15 is happening. Their first card of the year, and they recently as well just got announced, like Andrea said, about the tournament they're going to look to do in March. They've also got the permission to host the event in March in Vegas, and everything got booked. Fantastic. They'll probably announce in March. They'll probably announce bouts to go out there. All right, so we're going to move on to this Invicta card coming up. I want to touch on a couple of fights that are on there that you might want to check out, which is on UFC Fight Pass. All right, again, UFC Fight Pass doing great things. Always, Invicta has a great little card on, all female promotion. Loving this stuff. Now, we're going to go to Megan Anderson, who we had on last week. Was absolute pleasure for me anyway, speaking to her, against Amber Lebrock. I'm going to say Lebrock, because it looks like there's a bit of French in the surname there. It's a fight to look out for. Megan Anderson, who's been training at Glory MMA. I want to see how she does after training at Glory MMA, like we spoke before about using her reach and her range. And especially her first bout she lost, she got submitted, and then on Invicta anyway, and Amber made a winning start on her Invicta debut with TKO, sorry. I look forward to seeing how this fight happens. Also, UFC cut fighter Angela Hill. She lost 2 fights in a row in a UFC kind of career, let's say, from the Tough House against Tisha Torres and Rose Namajunas. The fights that she lost against 2 girls who are potentially fighting for the 115 title this year. Both of their names could be up there. I feel that Angela was still early. She's still too early in her career to be going up against those girls. She's fighting Adela Gray, who again she's a tough opponent for her to fight again. This girl this girl's recent fights she had against, she's on 2 losses as well, but it was against World Series of Fighting champion UFC fighter Jessica Aguilera, and then she also lost on Invicta afterwards against Grasso in a TKO. But she is a girl who's got the experience against high level competition. It's a tough fight for Angela to come back to, but I'm looking forward to seeing if Angela's maybe had a bit away from the limelight, let's say, from the UFC, to maybe focus on getting her skill level, her fundamentals up. We'll go up to this fight here. Could be a potential for the strawweight contendership. Number 1 contender here. We've got Amber Brown against Shino Van Hoos. Now, Amber, she came in, she's on a 3-fight win streak, beat Catherine Costigan and Ria Nakachuk last time. She was out on the Invicta card. You got Shino, who's on a 1-fight win streak, but the thing is, Shino's an experienced fighter. She's got, especially in the women's strawweight division, 7 fights is a lot of fights in that weight class because there isn't a lot of fighters out there. So it's an interesting, intriguing match because Invicta wants contenders. You need contenders for that strawweight strap. We'll see how this fight goes down, and if the winner does, if it's an emphatic win anyway, you might see the winner getting a shot at that title. The beautiful thing is this Invicta card has got 2 title fights on there anyway. We have a strawweight title fight, which is the co-main event. We have Renea Sosa. She is 8-0, this girl. She is a submission phenomenon. 7 wins of her 8 via submission. She is a girl you do not want to go on the ground with. Her opponent, Diania Bennett, who is also 8-0, which makes for a co-main event. It's fantastic, the fact that these girls are both unbeaten, in for a title shot. One's got to lose their title. But Bennett has got 4-0 in Invicta. She's really earned her stripes to get this title shot. She's actually got a previous victory. I think it was a 2nd fight against Juliana Pena, a decision win against her. So it shows that she's able to not be outsized, because remember Juliana Pena fights in the 135 division, the bantamweights. So it shows that Bennett's got the strength. Maybe she could possibly, in this, when it gets to the ground, have the power or strength to maybe get back up. Can't wait to see how this fight goes. Again, it's on UFC Fight Pass. I'll be watching it. I'd suggest you all do as well. The main event, Cyborg is back, defending her 145 strap. Because originally there was talks of her fighting Ronda Rousey, as we all know. Ronda Rousey lost. That fight, now that cut down to 135 it's not worth it now. The appeal and the money that could have been made from the fight isn't really there. So Cyborg was meant to be 140 bout. There was talks of touching on a 140 bout. Now it's went up to 145. So Cyborg's back to 145, defending the belt against Daria Ibragimova. Mova. There you go. That is the best you want to get out of me, folks. So this fight, Cyborg, she is on a hot streak. We know what Cyborg does. She's an absolute wrecking ball machine. But she's coming up against an opponent who is 7-1. Her only loss is against Cindy Danduis, who is also who's fighting to get in the UFC, who's pushing to get in the UFC at 135. She's got Daria. She's got 7 submission wins. So Cyborg, if anything, she's probably got the strength football on her feet. She'll have to be careful on the ground, maybe be wise and maybe patient with her ground and pound, not maybe throw silly ground and pound to get her in a submission. It will still be a tough fight for Cyborg. And any fight Cyborg has, they have to try and find a legitimate contender at the 145 division for her. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in that bout there. So we're going to move on now to the next guest. I love this gentleman. He loves me. We get on really well. Ian McCall. Like I said, he came on for a chin wag and a chat. I had him. It was on for a while, but the thing was, we talked not just about he hasn't got any fights coming up. We just talked. We just talked about MMA life, just bits and bobs. So here's Ian McCall, Raw.
Mr. Ian McCall, thank you very much for finally joining us. I want to.
Sorry for the delay. And, something special.
You're forgiven because you've got a special place in my heart. Now, I want to say, how's your second job going? You had to get another job, if I believe that correct.
Well, that hasn't come to fruition quite. There's been some logistical errors and some licensing stuff that just stand out for the owner of the business. So I've kind of taken a step back. But now which I was doing it all at the same time, but now I'm opening up. I don't know if you've ever seen cryotherapy.
Yes.
I'm opening up one spot in the center, basically the center of the county that I live in.
Okay.
Now, I live in the most southern city in Orange County.
All right.
So I'm trying to just take over this southern half. So I have the middle, which I'll have a machine by the end of the month.
Yeah.
The business up and running by the end of the month, and then I'll have another one down here. So it's a work in progress. I'm trying to do investor stuff right now. And cryotherapy isn't the only thing that I want to do. I want to just have a recovery salon, kind of thing, where like a lot of people try and mix the cryotherapy with working out.
Right.
I understand why, because you need to recover, but I don't want gym equipment at the place I come to recover. I want to relax. I want to go in there. I want to have sensory deprivation tanks, and I want to have infrared saunas, and I want to have hyperbaric chambers. But for now we're going to start as a cryo place, and then slowly build. This first business we're opening is more or less a test run. It's like our beta test for figuring out the computer system, how the machines work, how to help fix them, and how to get the business up and running.
Right.
And then from there I'm going to expand down to the actual city I live in and try and open up a good-sized place.
Oh, cool. So have you tried all of these yourself then? I know you do cryotherapy. Have you done everything else as well, have you?
Oh yeah, I do. I try and spend as much time working out every day as I do recovering. So, I have a masseuse come to my house 3 days a week that works on me and my dad. My dad's had vertigo for 2.5 years.
Whoa.
And I finally found a new masseuse that he pioneered his own type of massage. It's all through your nerve pathways, so it's been helping. With me with my surgery, and my dad with his vertigo. I do cryo every day. Even the lady that owns the cryo place I go to now is she gave me all the blessing in the world to open my own place. And she's awesome. She's so I go there. All the time I do marketing stuff for her, and advertising, and I'm at my physical therapy office pretty much every day. I try and do the float tank. I haven't done it for a couple months, but I need to start doing it more just because, I need to.
Yeah, I saw a picture of.
There's things in your brain that
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever done a sensory deprivation tank, but there's things that you have to work on, and if you're in that sort of situation where there's no senses in there, you're floating in body temperature water that's so much salt in it, you're floating like a cork. So there's no stress in your body. There's no sound. There's no light. The only sound you really can hear is the splashing of water, but you shouldn't be moving anyways. So you're in this weird embryonic state, and for me, you can, whether you want to go over techniques or want to go over personal problems in your life or just analyze stuff, I mean, it's a good opportunity to
to do some, either, like I said, mental drilling, or do some soul searching, or whatever it is you're looking to accomplish. There's a few different ways to do it, and with me, I'll just I'll go in there and get smoke too much ganja and go in there and just just
there's a lot, yeah.
Trying to analyze my life.
Yeah. Good luck. You got a few more sessions with that.
Yeah, exactly. I got a long ways to go.
Well, I was gonna say, because it sounds like a cool thing what you were doing there, because you went on from the cryotherapy to other bits. It's kind of cool, man. It's like a physical rehab center, which has, the thing is, it has these these units that aren't kind of endorsed by doctors. You don't see, like over in the UK, for example, where we are in the Isle of Man, there is a hyperbaric chamber that we have here, and obviously you don't have the NHS in the States, but in the States, in the UK, we have the NHS, and that's obviously to, you pay X amount of your tax towards getting free healthcare, so to speak, because you pay for your medicals and stuff. I can go to the hospital right now. If I've broke my arm, I go up there, I can get an X-ray done. They'll say, "Oh, you broke your arm." They'll put me in a cast, and off I go, and that's it. I don't pay a penny. So it's not perfect, the system. It is flawed, but there is kind of, so they've got that system in place in the UK. Now the hyperbaric chamber that we have on the Isle of Man, it's basically, it survives by donations, people raising money for doing charity events, because the NHS, they won't endorse it because there's no money to be made. Because when I go to hospital, if I've got an injury, for example, let's say I've done training and I've went over on my ankle sparring. I went up there, I actually did do it, I actually did go over on my ankle sparring, and I went up, my ankle's like a balloon, and I knew what it was. I just went, look, I've done tendon and ligament damage, I've pulled it a bit too far than it should be. It's swollen, all I need to do is reduce it. I need maybe some crutches to take my foot off, get some pressure off my foot, and that's it. But instead they want to pill you up, they want to give you painkillers, whatever, they want to get you juiced off your tits. And that's it, because they don't care about the rehab and everything else. They just want to give you medicine because these corporations pay the hospitals, and it's all about money. So that's why what you're doing, I'd love something like that to start happening in the UK, where they had I'd call it alternative recovery therapy, just like a different way of doing it. I see it happening in the States, and it pisses me off. I see the pictures on Instagram you do of the cryotherapy. I'm like, you son of a bitch.
Well, that's like the machines that we get over here are Juka. They're Polish machines.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to take a new look because, exactly. You get hurt, and doctors want to prescribe you all these fucking drugs. I'm sure they're fun because you get high. You're freaking in a different world, but they're not good for you. There's not ways to actually recover, and I'm opening this business up with one of my doctors, and she just got her doctor's she's a chiropractor, so I'll give her shit and tell her she's not a real doctor, but whatever. But it's stuff that we want to do, and also I'm going to be doing intravenous IVs with vitamins. We call them Myers cocktails out here. Some places are different, but they're it's an IV bag that's full of vitamins. So every single drop of it gets into your system.
All right, okay, cool.
Your digestive system doesn't eat away some of it, or doesn't piss some of it out. And then because Orange County is such a vain place where people want to look good, which I don't care. If you want to look good and I make you happy, that's all. Whatever. We're going to be doing these cellulite treatments and lipo-B treatments and all this different kind of stuff. But the main thing I look at it is I want to help people. I have a daughter who has a disease. Granted, if you look at her, you would have no idea because we're so incredibly fucking healthy at my house. And she gets her exercise, she gets the good food she needs. The proper food, not just food in general, but her diet's so strict. If let's say through my business I could help somebody
another young dad like me or mom like me who's got a sick kid, and I could help him fix that person, and I could help fix an older person that's in pain or whatever it is, and make him happy again, then cool, my job's done. Like that makes me happy. That makes me feel better about myself and what I'm doing. Because obviously I'm going to make money doing this. That's I got to make money.
Yeah.
You know, I like having an enterprise, but you know, that's the main thing. There's you know, is me being able to feed my family, you know, buy myself a house and my daughter and, you know, my girlfriend and our kids together, and you know, that kind of stuff. But then helping people, you know, in the process, just that makes I feel a lot less guilty about life in general, you know, because I get to help people.
Yeah, no, you're right, man. What you do, it's beautiful what you're saying as well, because people are, you know, they are. You know, you have to make a living for it first and foremost. Otherwise, you know, you can't pay bills, you can't feed your little one, and that's kind of vital. So, but the beautiful thing is, you know, you're not being self-centered and saying, "Oh, I'm setting up this for me and I'm doing this for me." What you're setting up is something for others to improve themselves. So even like you said, I found the hyperbaric chamber when I went and had sessions in the hyperbaric chamber, because I can only go off that. I've not done any of the others. You know, I was sitting there and there would be people in there of all ages. There was a young kid who broke his arm. You know, he was getting recovered. And there was an old lady who had, like, arthritis doing it and trying all stuff. And there's a load of people trying stuff out. And, you know, doing it for a week, you could see the improvements in them. And the levels of kind of the happiness levels from the Monday to the Friday were just two different people. It was crazy what it can do.
Exactly. And then, you know, on top of helping other people that have ailments, then I get to finally get into athletes like myself. Well, whether you have injuries or you just want to be able to work out not only harder but work out smarter, you know, and give knowledge and stuff like that, then even better. If I can help people achieve goals and get that extra 1% or 0.5% of you know, whatever they need to win something, whether it's, I don't care if it's baseball, wrestling, whatever, then yeah, that's a cool thing to do. And I don't know, it's a good outlook that makes me happy.
Well, that's the thing. You could branch off to talk to like high schools and stuff and say, look, you know, go to like their sports department and say, look, if you got a kid and he's got injuries, etc., that, you know, and that's something that you could look to do in the future. And it's great that I think that on the Isle of Man, we've only got, like I say, we're only small anyway, but we've got the one, and it's huge that we've got it, because I've spoke to pro MMA fighters in the UK, because they get injuries and knocks and bumps. I say, oh, do a hyperbaric, do this and that, and they haven't got one near them. You know, you think for you and I, it's like, oh, well, it's quite common, this kind of, you know, this kind of therapy, but it's actually not that mainstream yet. I don't think it is yet, not yet anyway.
Well, I mean, the technology's been around for a while, you know, but it's being refined, and now people need to realize that there isn't drugs for every cancer. There isn't this or that. I mean, sure, it's a machine, but it's still more natural than the goddamn stuff you're putting in your body. And on top of the hyperbaric chamber, which are great, there's this thing called CVAC. It's SVAC. It's I don't want to call it a hyperbaric chamber, but it's the same kind of process. Okay. What it is there's it's a little pod you sit in, like a little Mark and Mindy pod. It's on my Instagram. It's an ever-changing environment. So there's changes to within a 20-minute session. There's changes in altitude from sea level all the way up to like 30,000 feet and back down. And I mean, we're talking hundreds of times it does that change. So you have changes in pressure, temperature, density of air, altitude, like all this different stuff that makes your body just flex on a cellular level and expand and flex and expand. It's a lot like the hyperbaric chamber. It's a legal way of blood doping. It's a legal way of recovery. It's a legal way to boost your red blood cells and do all this stuff. So that's something eventually I'd like to also add in. They're just, the machines are all the machines I want are expensive. That machine's probably the most expensive.
Yeah, I was going to say you'll get all the guys from the Tour de France giving you a call on jumping on that. What was I going to say? You know what? I love this little venture that you're doing, man. Because obviously, you talked about with fighting and stuff how if you get one more major injury and stuff like that, you could be, that's you out, and you're already starting to put these kind of foundations in place for the unlikely, and we don't want it to happen, obviously, the unlikely event that it could happen. It's, you're a smart man. It's as much as people may think that fighters are dumb animals, like, well, I am, but. You're
most fighters are dumb.
Yeah, I'm just a moron who tries to fight. I fight sleep better than I do fight. What I like about it was the fact that, like I said, you're looking to go, for the future. You're looking past the fighting scene. Whenever it is, whenever you eventually decide to hang up the gloves, or if, for example, you're training next week and you end up getting another serious injury, you might just go, fuck this, I'm out. But have you found then, because of do you find the reason you've got into this is because of the injuries you've had?
Yes. A big portion of it would be injuries. And the injuries, my daughter getting sick at such a young age, and again, I've said it, you would never know something that she has an autoimmune disease. But to see your kid go from running by 10 months and just being this crazy, wild, super energetic kid, to seeing her she can't walk, having a butt scoot across the floor. Her joints her knees, her ankles are all swollen. She's always in pain. With rheumatoid arthritis, you get a brain fog. So she was like a shell of her former self, and that was at I think 2.5 years, a little less than 2.5 years. She got diagnosed. So that's a big part of it, and just getting into more and more of the stuff that I've been talking about. I just realized how shitty most just the way most medical stuff is run and done, and the way it's all, of course I'm going to be profit based. I have to make money because I have to live in an expensive area and I like nice things. But instead of me making some big company that just focuses on money and not giving back or not, I don't know, doing something pointless. I can actually do something that's cool and something that's interesting to me.
No, it makes sense, man. It does, because, like, for example, I think, if you think about it as well, when you first started your career in competing, imagine if you knew what you know now about the recovery, the deprivation, the cryotherapy. Imagine you knew all that then. You'd be
exactly.
You'd be Superman still right now. It's insane, like how much. Each time, a new generation, so to speak, of fighters come along, they don't know how good they've got it.
Yeah, and when I came up, I started training when I was a freshman in high school. So I was like 14, 15. I grew up in this sport. People always talk about this new generation. No, I grew up in this fucking sport. I was a kid, but it was so archaic back then. Sparring with no headgear. People rarely wore mouthpieces. And I was sparring with grown men, and I didn't know much kickboxing back. It was just different, and the whole mentality was to break the person. You're like, you're gonna get ready for a fight. We're gonna break you. We're gonna break you every day, constantly break you down and make you tougher. Because that does, iron sharpens iron. That does forge a very strong. It either breaks and it weeds out the weak, or it creates a very strong individual. But you can still do that with a young, pliable body.
Yeah.
Once you get over 25, that stuff, even over 20, like, you shouldn't be doing it. At any age, you should be actively recovering. It's like one of the local high schools here. There's a lot of very, very expensive private schools in my area. I got kicked out of half of them before I went to public school, but they're like in particular the high school I'm talking about is like $30,000, $30,000 a year, 34 or something like that, 35 maybe, I don't know, something crazy. $35,000. That's a college education through high school. So this place has so much money. They have a crazy facility. Their football team is very, very, very good. They make the kids, because they have to do 2 days during the week or during the summer for summer practice. Each kid, if they want to do a second practice, which is they have to take an ice bath in between.
That's nuts.
And this school is forking out thousands of dollars a day on ice. And they're having to truck the ice in. They're going to have, there's a lot involved where, the plan is, because one of my business partners has relationships with a lot of the high schools, with the youth athletics. If we have a cryo machine we can bring to them or have them come to our spot, you don't have to deal with however many kids are on a football team having to jump in an ice bath. And I'm sure you've taken an ice bath. They're fucking miserable.
Yeah, they're awesome fun. Yeah, they're great fun.
Yeah,
I love taking them. They do. I have to have a little talk with myself every time before I get in one. I have to really man myself up, because I know how bad it is. It sucks.
And if you have like me specifically, I have Raynaud's, which is I'm speaking bro science right now. When I get into a machine and I don't cover my hands properly or my toes properly, the blood gets pushed out of them and doesn't come back. So my hands are white.
Yeah.
And they're freezing for a long time. For me to get into an ice bath, my hands and feet hurt so bad because of it. And it's a very common thing. A lot of people have it than would even know. So it's just, there's a lot of stuff. And plus, your body, for all the stress and the shock for 15 whole minutes, when you're supposed to be doing something for recovery, to me, I know it's very beneficial, but it's almost counterproductive, because it's just so exhausting to have to go buy the ice and have anxiety the whole time you're buying ice, driving to your house, filling up the bathtub, getting in there for a whole 15 minutes, and then you're wasting how much water, how much ice.
Yeah.
Whereas the cryo just seems like it's just a lot more efficient.
I was going to say as well, because they don't spend as long as the cryo. It goes colder as well. It's colder in the cryo, and they're in it for less time. Because how long can you do? Because it's not long, is it? People are in for.
Your usual session is 3 minutes at most. So you go in there for 3 minutes. You have socks, underwear, gloves on. If you have a stand-up machine, your head pokes out, so you don't have to wear earmuffs or anything. If you have an enclosed machine, which they don't sell, they're being very smart business people. They don't sell those machines.
Yeah.
Then you have to wear earmuffs and a face mask. But yeah, it's a lot. It's negative 250 plus.
Yeah.
It's crazy how cold it is, and it activates cold shock proteins in your body. It gets all the way into your bone marrow, so it's really different. Okay, hold on, John.
Yeah, cool, man.
If you guys are gonna tattle on each other, we don't want to hear it. Okay, what's up? What do you need?
Could you put a game on my iPad?
Can I have your iPad?
Yes. Dad.
Bring the iPad. Yes, bring the computer. Where's your iPad, London? No, where's your iPad?
Bring me my computer, Noah.
Just bring the computer. It's fine. Okay, sorry, John.
It's cool, man. Don't worry about it.
And even if you're gonna go in between a US made machine, which are mostly electric, comparative to like the Polish machine that I'm buying, the Juka, there's even if it's if the electric machines get to negative 230, and my machine can get to negative 250, close to 260, those few degrees make a big difference on penetration and overall function of how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, I'm dying to get into one. It's as horrible as it sounds. Like I've seen pictures of you there doing it. I've seen loads of athletes do it, and it drives me insane. Because I remember, because Joe Rogan interviewed Wim Hof, the Dutch guy,
Yeah, that guy's awesome. I want to hang out with him.
Oh man, I want to see how long he can do it for. I want to see him just sit there having a cup of tea, laughing away, and he's just like breaking a sweat, and then just he gets out, cool as cucumber, and then everyone's just doing bitch ass 3 minutes, and that's all they can do because he's just like, yeah, oh man, that dude is cool. He's so fun.
Yeah. He summited Mount Everest
in shorts. In shorts. Oh.
And just the spike shoes. I don't even think he had socks on. He just was wearing shorts. And, dude, the summit at Mount Everest is like 20,000 feet.
Yeah. It's not even... Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. It's nuts. And he takes other people up now to other was it Kilimanjaro or something like that or whatever? And even that's it.
He does Kilimanjaro, and then he does a spot in Poland. That's where he usually does is Poland.
Yeah, and he gets a group of people going up doing the same thing. You're like, man, that's just, it's crazy. And as soon as he started, like, I knew about him a while back, and then finally, you know, when Joe did the interview with him, he got us a bit more on it and stuff like that. But, oh man, that dude is so just... He just shows how fascinating and interesting the body is, and how powerful, you know, you can actually... What it is, basically... Society's just made us all a bunch of pussies, and
yeah,
it
really is. It's so pathetic how we've turned into such like feeble creatures, minded and physically.
Yeah,
our brains are growing, but they're so pussy, and like our outlook on life is like I posted something on Instagram recently, and it was World War I or II or whatever it was when they stormed the beaches in Normandy.
Yeah, Second World War.
And it was this point in time, 18-year-old men or 18-year-old people were storming the beaches to certain death.
Yeah.
You know, jumping out of boats with gunfire.
Yeah.
2015, 18-year-olds need their own. They need a safe space because of words.
Yeah.
It's like we need a good cleansing of this planet. We need like a plague to wipe out the weak.
We do.
I'm so sick of how ridiculously just pussy people are these days. And you know what? If you're a nerd and you're not an athletic person or whatever, that's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with being an introverted, intellectual, brainiac kind of person. But, that doesn't make you a pussy. Like there's these average kids or people in general that just get offended over all kinds of stuff.
Oh, it's
it's so ridiculous. Like, I've stressed the nerdy part because I'm not picking on nerds. If you don't want to do anything athletic and you want to be an artist, or you want to be gay, or you want to be whatever, that's fine. But there's just this pussification of the world that's gone so far that it's crazy. And even I mean, athletics have always gotten better and better and better as the human species evolves. But the rest of the world is completely digressing to just this point of they're just like veal.
It's like they want to have an argument about anything. They want to just it's like just nitpicking at stuff, and you just think, do you know what? Why do you need to pick? Just enjoy life and have fun. And guess what? Me and Mike, we rip the shit out of each other. Me and Mike, honestly, people on Facebook, Mike will put a status up on Facebook, and I'll be the first one to comment, and I'll be the first one to rip him one, and he'll do the same back to me. And some of the stuff we say, people just, they're like, oh my God, I can't believe you're saying that. But do you know what? We'll rip each other a new one, and when we see each other, do you know what we do? We just carry on all day like nothing happened, because it's just, it's just life. It's just a giggle. It's just having fun with yourselves. You can't. I'm trying to take serious. I can't get people being so serious about stupid, pointless things. Like for example, we'll have a joke about Gabby Garcia.
Yeah.
All right, you'll have a bit of a giggle because you know what? I'm sure she's a fucking diamond, an absolute lovely woman. Sure, she's an absolute sweetheart. But to be fair, she's a fucking gorilla, right? And I made jokes saying if she wanted to fuck me, she could do it, and I would probably just have to take it and accept it because she could probably do anything she wanted to me. And, you know, me and Mike joke around and say she'd either fuck me with a pussy or a penis. I'm not even sure what's going to be there. But either way, it's going to happen. And, you know, we just have a joke. But then sometimes there'll be someone there, for example, even Gabby Garcia might be offended, but I'm like, it's pure just having a joke, because she is an elite grappler, and I respect her for what she can do.
Yeah, okay. So not only is she a 6'2" or 6'4", 250-pound shredded beast of a woman, like I like that she embraces the fact that she knows what she is. She, you know, like even Chris Cyborg, who I see, you know, every once in a while. We live in the same area. You know, when they're women, they're women. They act like girls. They put on heels and makeup. But I wouldn't want to fight either one of them. I mean, Gabby's a 10 or 12-time world champion in jiu-jitsu. Yeah. And it's not all just because she's gigantic. No. She's really fucking good at jiu-jitsu. She's an elite level black belt. Yeah. And on top of that, she is the size and muscular build of a male heavyweight. Yeah. And a shredded male heavyweight at that. She's got a better build than a lot of guys who fight at heavyweight. Yeah, she has. She's actually shredded. Yeah, I saw the pictures of her. I started following her on Instagram and started seeing how shredded she was. And I was in awe. I was so impressed, because the first time I really saw of her was that image of her next to Vanderlei on The Ultimate Fighter. Yeah. And you were just like, is that his bodyguard? Dude, because, you know, Vanderlei's what, 6'1", and then 220, 225.
Yeah, it's a big man. Yeah.
I mean, she's huge. And in all reality, Gabby's always been like a Ronda. She's kind of a chubby girl. She's a bigger woman. Yeah. And it's good to see her. You know, as an older, you know, getting a little bit older, she's starting to slim down and shred out. Yeah. You know, so it's, you know, but a lot of this, I've seen pictures of Gabby from forever ago where she just looks like a big kind of chubby chick. Yeah. So it's pretty crazy to see.
Yeah, because I say kudos too for what she's doing, but you know, there's nothing wrong with having a joke, and it's nothing. You know what I say to people? Take the piss. I take the piss out of myself as well, and I mock myself. I probably mock myself more than anyone else. And you know what? I don't care what people say, and that's why I think people just need to get a grip of themselves in life. And the same with MMA media and stuff as well, because I'll see some of the media outlets and I'll just jump on anything to say anything, to get grasp at something, to get a click on their page, and I just can't. It gripes me a bit. Like, for example, the good one is Frankie Edgar. Right, I love the man, love this man, but the problem is he's got that Ali lad as his manager or agent, and he controls their Twitters, his Rafael dos Anjos as well, and he was putting statuses on, like acting as Frankie Edgar, because like, do you know how he's super respectful, just he does his fighting in the cage, and he's a legit animal, right? He puts on, like, so Ali was writing for Frankie saying stuff like, oh, Conor, let's go down, let's have fights and let's do this, and like smack talking Conor, and you're reading and you're like, that's not Frankie. Then Ali fucked up and put the status on his own Twitter. So obviously switched accounts over, forgot he was on his own one, not Frankie's, put the status up, and then someone saw it, screenshot it, and then he deleted it straight away. And you just sit, and then, but the thing is, the media outlets will jump on that, and they'll just like put a story. Oh, Frankie Edgar calls out Conor McGregor, and you're like, well, it's not really. It's Ali. You should really look into this probably a bit more. Maybe you should try and speak to Frankie, because you know, people just fall for bullshit and stuff as well. Just little things like that just gripe me a bit. Like people can write a story. Like you could do an interview, Ian, and they'll find the negative side of it, and they'll stick it on. You're like, why do I have to put that bit on?
That just happened with me, and I know it's always going to happen. Once they print something and it hits the internet, they're not going to ever retract it. It's never going to get taken down. So it's like, it's stupid, but you know, it is Ali's job. I've met Ali. I know him kind of. He's always been cool to me, but just like my agent will post stuff on my Instagram or my Facebook or my Twitter, because he has capabilities to do that.
Yeah.
So sometimes when you see posts of him being like, oh, hey brother, blah blah blah, it doesn't sound like me.
Yeah.
But he's never gonna go and talk shit. That's my job.
Yeah.
Those are choice words that specifically should come out of my mouth.
Yeah.
You know, he'll post advertisement stuff. That's your agent's job, is to post advertisement.
Yeah.
And to make you money. Talking shit is I don't know why you would do that. But then, I've never had a bad run-in with Ali, but did you see all the stuff about him being a terrorist or terrorist sympathizer and all kinds of crazy shit?
I've got there's a guy that I'm speaking to, I'm private messaging, who has a load of documentation and stuff, and is he's gonna. I've said to him, do you want to come on and talk about it, to just elaborate more to me about the story? But there's also a guy who's Mike Russell who's doing a massive piece on it as well.
Okay, I know. I think I know who Mike is. I'm pretty sure I do. I had no idea, nor do I mean. Obviously, I care if he's an actual fucking terrorist. We should kick him out of here or arrest him or something. But that's gnarly. I mean, that's some crazy shit.
Yeah.
And he doesn't sound like. I've heard some negative stuff about him, but I've heard a lot more worse stuff about Malky. But so I don't know. It's
all it is. What gripes me is the fact that this stuff comes out. But when he got interviewed by Ariel Helwani recently, he was so evasive on the answers. He could literally be a politician, because he did not give a yes or no. He just gave a completely different answer to a completely different question, and you're like just sitting there, and Ariel just must have been literally grinding his teeth, going, "Answer the question, you son of a bitch." But he just wouldn't do it, and that's what got me. I kind of went, do you know what? If you can't answer straight, you're hiding shit. And I like a guy that can tell it. I like a guy who will put his hands up and say, yeah, do you know what? I was an idiot. These guys called Ali Bahaja and Buddha Bagabaga did say that if I blew myself up, I could bang 40 virgins. And I was an idiot at first and believed it. And then I started to realise that they're full of shit. I would be totally fine with that. But it's the fact that he hasn't said anything. And I'm like, what are you hiding?
Yeah, you can't hide things these days.
No.
It's like when Mike Dolce went on Rogan's podcast, and I like Mike.
Yeah.
But it's the age of information. You can't hide facts. You can't hide certain stuff. Like most 90% of our lives, you can't hide anymore, because if I have a question about nutrition, or if I have a question about this or that, all I have to do is Google it, and I can find a million different answers, and a good amount of them are right or fairly right. So you can't hide stuff. We're gonna be able to timeline things, and especially with like investigators, they're not stupid, and obviously, we're being watched way more than we ever thought. So the situation is just really odd to me.
Yeah, and that's the thing with MMA as well. I think that there's people that need to just be more brutally honest with it and be open about issues that are going on. Even like promotions, if they've got any stuff that's going on, say for example there's some financial worries going on, why don't they just come out of it? Because I think, do you know what? We all know you're not making millions unless you're the UFC, unless you're Bellator, which is owned by Viacom, which is a multi-billion-dollar fucking business. Unless you're like that, we know you're not going to be making millions each show. So if you said you're struggling a bit, we'll be more understanding, because we are humans at the end of the day. And if you hide something, it makes people more bloodthirsty. I find they want to find something negative, rather than they're going to sit there and go, we'll leave it. They'll look for it more then.
Exactly, because they want to. It's not only the age of information, but it's the age of being exposed, because it's new.
Yes.
People can expose you for so much stuff, so it's an interesting dynamic, and also people can expose you by being nameless and faceless on the internet. They don't have to be. Nope. They don't have to show their picture. They don't know who they are. They can just show who you are and not take any recourse for it.
Yeah, and that's what's so like frustrating. That's why we're like, for example, myself, I'll be on social media and I'll say whatever I want. I'll say how I want it. I'll make jokes all the time about stuff. But if someone ever said to me, "Oh, who are you?" whatever, I would happily give them my name, I'll give my number, I'll give my address, I'll give them a time and date to meet me, and I'll sit down, I'll look at their face, and I'll repeat it if they wanted, because I don't say it if I don't want to, if I ain't going to back it up.
Exactly.
And again, that's because I'm not a pussy. But that's the thing is, there are too many keyboard warriors, which is why with Dana White, I partly like it when he rips the guys who are keyboard warriors on Twitter. I have to admit, I give kudos to Dana on that bit when he just rips the piss out of him every now and then. He says it, he can't help it, and I have to admit, I do quite enjoy it when he does it.
Yeah, it's hard. No, I've been called every bad name in the book on social media. You know, people told me I murdered my best friend. They've called me a bad parent and a junkie and all this crazy shit that isn't true. But you get callous towards it, and you just kind of learn to laugh it off. And at this point, if someone says something real negative, I'll just block them.
Yeah.
Just because I'm like, you're a dickhead and you deserve to be blocked.
Yeah.
Because that's like my one way of getting back at them. I'm like, whatever, fuck you, I'll block you.
Yeah.
But most of the time, I tell people all the time, if you're going to make fun of me or talk shit, at least make it funny.
Yes.
Make me laugh.
Yeah.
Like, it's the internet. Make it funny, and then I'll engage. I'll say something back or whatever. Or if you're just like some guy the other day, some big muscular dude. I was like, oh hey guys, I'm going on Periscope soon to do my workout, my strength conditioning workout. Oh, fuck you, pussy. You built like a 12-year-old girl. No one wants to know what kind of workouts you do. And I was like, okay. So I asked him. I'm like, so do you think your muscles make you a man, pussy? And then he, of course, he deletes his comment, or he deletes that message, and people start ripping on the guy. And I'm like, you have to learn it to, like, I won't engage too much with stupid shit like that, but I'll just let my fans do it. I have a big loyal following, and they'll do it for me.
Well, that's the thing. I think I would have been like, what a 12-year-old girl's built like? That's what always
exactly.
Like, I kind of can't remember what they looked like back then. I didn't get a chance to see what they fully looked like either back then, but if you know what they look like, mate, I think we're going to have to investigate you a bit closer.
Yeah. What are your motives here, sir?
Yeah. If you want Ian McCall to wear pigtails, just say.
I did it when I fought Dominic Cruz, so I'll do it again.
That'll be enough for him. That'll be enough. That'll satisfy him. That's the problem, yeah. You do get the keyboard warriors around, and do you know what? Sometimes it is engaging, sometimes it's funny. But like you say, like for example, Adam, who does MMA Roasted, you see, I like what he does. He will constantly make jokes about fighters all the time, but everyone knows that it's a joke.
Yeah.
And he says anything. He says anything about him, but I like it because it's all just because he's having a giggle, and I'm the same. I will. Oh, what was it? I messaged Jessica Rye. She's about as useful as a chocolate fire guard she is when it comes to replying. Like, she's worse than you. Like, I inboxed her. She came back with what day I think it was or something, and then I messaged her, and then she didn't reply back for a few days. So I messaged her on a Twitter thing. I said, hey, I'm filling in your inbox here at the moment, and like in a pun way about filling in. Oh, I said I'm filling in your box at the moment. It's going to overflow. And so another friend of mine said, that sounds a bit rapey. I said, it's not rape, it's surprise sex. Do you know? And I thought, that's just the humour that I have. I'm a bit dark with my humour. And it's all on Jessica Rye's thing, but I thought, do you know what? If you like it, you get it. If you don't, you need to go get a sense of humour.
Yeah, go pat sand. Who gives a shit? I mean, I do love Adam. Adam's awesome.
Yeah.
I've been friends with Adam for a while. I still haven't seen him before in live, which I need to go see. But I've done his show, multiple times, and he's a good dude, and he's really good at what he does.
Yeah.
Did you know that UFC is the one that pays him, right?
Well, he used to be because he used to have the show on Fox, but then it stopped being on Fox. So I didn't know if the UFC still did, or what the score was with that.
Well, every time we meet at the UFC office in Burbank. So.
Oh, right, cool.
it's just funny because he does have such a good personal relationship as a comedian and as a wrestling coach with all the fighters, where everyone's like, please roast me. It's fucking hilarious.
Yes.
It's good, funny content, and it throws it just throws a curveball into what we're usually doing, because our day-to-day media type shit is arduous and boring, and it's that's why I like coming on your show, because we just talk shit, but most of the time it's stupid, and a lot of journalists, you have your hardcore guys know what they're talking about, but some people, they ask questions and you're like what? You're fighting when I was fighting in Nashville. I was supposed to fight in Nashville, and I had to pull out with my shoulder.
Right. Oh, Dustin Ortiz fight, was it?
It was the first show ever in Nashville, and some of the questions that the average media, that radio stations and people were asking me questions. I wanted to be like, do you guys not research the sport or who you're talking to before you ask questions? And maybe that's me being kind of a dick, because they don't know about MMA yet. But if you're a journalist or if you're a radio host, do your research, or have your PA do the research and figure it out, because you're asking questions that just are making this conversation stupid.
Yeah, well, I don't get it, because I think, right, they could say, okay, we've got Ian McCall coming on in 15 minutes. In 15 minutes, I could do a lot of information searching on Google. There's a lot of stuff you can get in 15 minutes. You don't even need like days. 15 minutes would be suffice to get a conversation out of the way.
Easy.
But that's the thing, like you say, when you come on here, we talk, and that's what me and Mike wanted. That's what me and Mike always aim to do. Like, for example, I just interviewed Megan Anderson. You won't know her because she's too tall for you. But she's she fights on Invicta FC. And
my girlfriend's like 3 inches taller than me, so.
Oh, she's 5'11". Oh no, she's 6 foot. Sorry, Megan Anderson. She's 6 foot, but you won't like her because she's 100. She fights at 145 pounds, so you won't like her.
That's out of my weight class.
Yeah, she's not. But the thing is, she's right. I told her she's really attractive, right? And she's inked. And I was stuttering a little bit every now and then because I was digging a hole for myself. But at the same time, we're just having a giggle with her. We're chatting away, but that's what we'll always do. Me and Mike are always never gonna have, like, it's hard to be dead serious. It's really hard for me and Mike to be dead serious because we literally can't help but take the piss at some point. At some point in the conversation, you could say something and I can't. It's in me to just be an ass and say a sarcastic line. But,
of course.
But the thing is, so we know what we're like, so that's why our spin on it is not. We're never gonna be like Ariel Helwani doing the John Jones thing. When John Jones finally had that interview and admitted he was an asshole and stuff, and he said,
walking in the park, talking.
Yeah, it was beautiful. It was scenic. I had a tear in my eye. I had a box of tissues. There was nothing worth wanking over, but you never knew. And it was one of those things where I watched it and I was like, yeah, I like that, but I can't ever see that being me. Like, I can't do that. It just can't. I always want to have. I want to be a cross between. I think I'm like a cross between what Adam does with Roasted, where we'll have a giggle, but then we'll have like the serious questions. Because at the same time, when we get some people on, they've got a fight coming up. Well, we've got to mention the fight. The problem is we have to talk about the fight.
Yeah, exactly. You have to. I mean, Adam's just all about fun.
Yeah.
You guys can definitely cross over and do the both. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not. It's definitely not impossible. And you already do it, so you know how to do it.
We had Adam on. Actually. We actually got him on New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve, we had Adam on. At I think it was about probably 6 o'clock his time because he was doing a show, and it was about 11, half 11 our time. Because we like Adam as well. We like having him on. He's cool to talk to.
Yeah, he is, and he knows what he's talking about. That's the thing.
Yeah.
He's wrestled forever, and he's a wrestling coach. And
he was doing that movie. He was trying to do is it GoFundMe or whatever it's called? He was doing
GoFundMe. He actually mentioned having me as
one of the kids.
He brought it up as me as maybe the main character or one of the characters in the movie. And I was sure.
Would you be one of the kids?
I've acted my whole life, so.
Would you be one of the badass kids that got tattoos?
Well, yeah, either that or be be the washed-up wrestling coach that just an idiot, and then the other
Degenerate.
coach died. All the story behind it.
I was say you could be like the 12-year-old girl with the pigtails.
Or I could do that.
You could.
I do look good in women's clothes.
I was gonna say like you could be like a cheerleader. See, I've got to pull it back. No, it's hey, I've got to ask. So you're going to be fighting again this year? You've got to be fighting again, haven't you?
Yeah.
Fuck that. Now, have you got any idea on a timeline, or are you just literally playing it by ear with the injury?
I told them March. They wanted February. Of course, being me, I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna fight in January," and then December came around. I was like, "There's no way I'm fighting in January." So I just really sat down, and of course, for a moment in time, during this injury and recovery, I was kind of like, "Well, do I still want to do this? Can I still do this?" And of course, this is. I don't have much longer, so everything else can wait. All my business contacts, all my other stuff. It can all wait. No matter what, I'll be successful in life. I know that. It's not a big deal. I have to accomplish what's been at my fingertips my whole life, and that's getting a UFC title. Hopefully I'll fight in March. I don't care where it is.
Yeah.
Just as long as I can get, top 15 person in March, I guess. That's what I'm guessing. Maybe like a Neil Seery, maybe a Dustin Ortiz. I owe Dustin a fight.
Yeah.
Neil would be fun because Neil's rad, and it would just be fun to fight Neil.
Neil's an absolute, lovely guy. I've chatted to him a load of times.
He gets like a truck, but he's kind of small, and he's, there's a lot of holes in his game, but he still is a pretty up there, top 20, top 15 contender. So I think that would be a good fight. Or Dustin Ortiz would be great because I owe him one. I mean, the last time we fought, I beat the brakes off him. And I'm sure he wants to get a win over me. So that would be cool. I would like to see. I'd like to get on a good schedule this year for the first time in my UFC career and fight 3 times this year or 4 times this year.
Yeah.
And earn a title shot. Like I want people to be like they are. I don't want to be Frankie Edgar looked over every chance there's a title shot, but I want people to be pining for me to get a title shot. I want people to be screaming for it.
Yeah, I reckon as well, dude. Like if you got 4 wins in a row, because you look at Henry Cujo, they don't want to push him into a title shot. Everyone's even saying he's definitely not ready. I'd say that right now. I think Henry is. The problem is you're scared. You kind of tentatively running out of contenders for Demetrius Johnson, but at the same time, it's like Henry's way too raw. In my opinion, I think he's way too raw. His last fight, if I'm honest, I thought he looked slow in his last fight, and I was thinking Demetrius Johnson would just have a fucking field day. He would just literally just kill. Henry would be exhausted by the 3rd round, and come to the 4th round, Demetrius would just be like, "Yeah, I'm going to step it up 2nd gear now."
Yeah, that's my main problem with Henry, and besides the offensively large head that he has,
it's the hair. It's the hair. It's only the hair. It's only the hair.
He's slow, man. His wrestling, okay. You won an Olympic gold medal in wrestling at like 19 or whatever. Your wrestling is fucking incredible.
Yeah.
And then with that said, his jiu-jitsu and top control, I don't know if you've ever had an Olympic caliber wrestler on top of you. Even if their jiu-jitsu's not that good, it sucks having them on top of you. And it's near impossible to get up from when they're physically on top of you, His boxing is good, but again, it's slow. It's not that technically sound. He hits hard, but he doesn't hit hard enough to be. He's not knocking people out.
No.
So it's not like a trump card where he can just say, "Oh, well, I can knock him out." No, like you're slow. You're gonna miss. You're gonna get angled out, guys. Here, hold on. I'm on the phone, so go play. And then he doesn't have angles.
Nope.
And Demetrius is all about angles.
Yeah.
Angles are so big in boxing or fighting in general that, and finally people are getting into this movement stuff and all this. Oh, Connor said we should all do movement with Ido Portal. Well, we should have been doing this all along. I've
Yeah.
been doing it. Granted, I'm not doing fucking gymnastics. I'm not, doing all this different stuff. But certain people like Dominic have been moving forever.
Yeah, he's been doing it for
Dominic,
ages,
Jay,
yeah.
myself, the footwork and movement is finally being integrated into our sport, and he has none of that.
Yeah, you did the. I think in the Brad Pickett fight, you were showing a lot of the cutting in the angles and cutting away.
Yeah,
That was a good example of if I'm, people listening anyway, they could always refer to that one. If I think of one particular fight that you did where it was really key. I think the fact that the angles, because you knew what if Brad got his foot down and he connected with his swinging, when he connected, it was going to hurt. And the thing is, you don't want to stand in the pocket with Brad, and that goes for anyone, even in the bantamweight division. Thomas Almeida, got absolutely living shit knocked out of him in the first round. Got out the first round and went, right, what time school start? And then suddenly came out second round and got a flying knee. And other than that, he was literally going to get. Brad nearly had him.
Yeah, he was getting pounded on. It's a big part of it, and I knew that was key to beating Brad because he's slow and plodding, and he's got a very similar style boxing wise to Henry. They both. I think maybe Brad hits harder, but then again, I've never been hit by Henry.
Yeah.
But even Brad backstage, Brad goes, Did I even hit you? You go. Actually, he came in my locker room, but you always usually go see the guy you fought. You give him a hug. You say what's up. And, you talk to him. He was like, hey, he goes, did I even land any punches? And I was like, yeah, man, you definitely fucking hit me. Like, you hit hard, but you just can't let. If you can make someone miss, and not take any damage, then perfect.
Yeah, it is, and that's the thing. There's a lot of fighters that have been doing it for a while, but I suppose it's only because Conor's got the recognition with what he's been doing. It just, the spotlight's more on that. For example, I said Dominic Cruz, he's been doing it for so long, but Dominic doesn't put his mannerism out in the same way as Conor does. So it's I can see what you mean with that one. But yeah, with Henry, I think he's way off the mark. But I always think, I don't see anything wrong with doing rematches again with other guys. I don't see a problem with it. I know Demetrius beat them, but if there's no one else, well, put the legit, like you got Lewis Smolka, who's now pushing up the ranks.
Yeah.
So he's got a perennial contender as well, which, that fight with Paddy Houlihan was fun as fuck.
Yeah, Lewis is a good friend of mine. He's a scrappy dude.
Yeah, nice guy. He seems like such a nice guy, honestly, and that was a good fight against Paddy. Because he's away from home soil. It was a hard fight, but I tell you what, I'll have a little chin wag with you about your little trainer, your little partner in crime, Carla Esparza. What's the score with her, man?
So, Carla, being your typical Latin American female, likes to eat and likes to she had surgery, I think, a week or so before I did. On her shoulder. Granted, her shoulder was only a labrum tear. She had a slap tear in her labrum. She's back in the gym. She's, I trained with her yesterday. She looks good. She's doing great. I watched her spar last night against one of our female kickboxers. Man, she's looking good. She's moving her head, more, and she's. I think with an ass kicking like she took, it's good for her to take time off.
Yeah. Yes.
She's one of those girls. She's one of those girls that was easily swayed by social media shit. They tell me that I'm, that I'm stupid and I'm ugly, or that this and I'm that, and it's like, that's the closest thing to a little sister I've ever had. And I remember being like, okay, cool, you're dumb and stupid and ugly and fat, whatever. Who cares what they say? It's social media. It doesn't bother me. But then again, it's hard to get into the psyche of a woman, in general, especially a woman that's at the top. And I blame it on Felice Herrig, because I'm just not a fan of Felice in general. I've had to hang out with her, and she's just, I don't know, but she's Carla's best friend.
Yeah.
and she made Carla, even though she was the worst person on the show as far as like personality. I mean, you know, she's a troublemaker. She's slutty. She's this. She's that, and like openly about it all. Well, she made somehow the TV production made Carla look like the bad guy, and people started to hate her guts. And if you actually knew Carla, she's the nicest girl on the planet. Granted, you know, you get a couple drinks in her and the fiery Latina comes out in her, but she's like the nicest, most giving, you know, woman that, you know, in the sport that I know of. She's fucking awesome.
Hey, I like it when a woman...
she got painted in a real bad light.
Yeah.
I think that kind of messed with her head. And then you have, you know, Joanna Jacek, is that how you say it right?
Yeah, check you out. Not bad at all. Very good. Nice.
I've been trying because I talked a lot of shit to Joanna, strictly because she was fighting my, you know, kid sister, my team. But she's one of my favorite fighters to watch, and she's a badass. But and then you have a bigger, stronger opponent that, you know, she's not. They don't play Joanna up as this pretty, you know, this thing. You know, they don't play her off as a Ronda, or even, you know, they dolled up Carla, they dolled up Rose to be these beautiful creatures that, you know, just happen to get fighting. They'd make Joanna out to just be a savage, what she is.
Yeah.
And so she was able to. She does it with everybody. She was able to get into Carla's head months before the fight ever happened, and I mean, you know, and it's not just women. A lot of fighters do this. Lewis is a train wreck backstage, you know.
Yeah.
But some people are a mess months before when the fight gets announced. That day, they're a head case.
Yeah.
Asking all these questions and doing stuff wrong and this and that. So I saw it. You know, she was acting the same kind of way she did with Rose, where it was a lot of questioning and no, I can't do that. She's gonna do this, and no, that's not gonna work. And we're just like, shut up and do what we say. You know, we drill. We drill so much at my gym because that's how you get good. You drill.
Yeah.
Drilling is the way you learn technique.
Yep.
But then with the Rose thing, Carla does her typical. She shuts off emotional when you get backstage. She just turns into a blank, just machine. But then we go backstage for Joanna, and I mean, it was like, okay, sweetheart, like, what the fuck? You know, I'm like looking at her like, we need to warm up, or we need to. You know, she'd already lost the fight before.
Yeah.
But hopefully she'll be making her little comeback after her surgery around the same time I will.
Yeah.
Probably before me, because, you know, her shoulder surgery was one part. Mine was a 4-part surgery. So, but you know, she looks good, man. She looks good. She's strong. She's one of the most mentally strong people I've fighters I've seen. You know, she just. Everybody breaks. I've had breaking points, you know, and she had hers, and hopefully we can get past it, and you know, no matter what anyone says, you know, blah blah blah, they talk shit about her losing. They say that about everybody.
Yeah,
they say that everyone, you know, once you lose, you're a piece of shit. That's what they think. She's still top 3, top 2, top 3. You know, so she'll come back strong, especially with the amount of, you know, I have my fight hopefully in March. Hopefully her fight will be around the same time. All of our young up and comers are around the same. You know, this month, next month, you know, March. So she'll be ready, and I'll definitely be ready as well.
Yeah, I was just curious about Carla because, especially the striking, you could see because you knew Carla had the wrestling, and so that was the big factor. It was the classic striker wrestler. But when you saw the golf in the striking, I really was sitting there thinking, okay, Carla's now can go back and watch this. She won't enjoy it, but the thing is, she's got to sit there and say, I've got to get my head screwed on with this whole footwork. Because obviously with the wrestling, your feet maybe are a bit more planted. Maybe I need to be lighter on my feet. Maybe I need to work on my head work. And even my striking, you know. She's not going to get the same level of striking as Joanna. It's not going to happen because Joanna's been doing it since, fuck knows how long now. But
So
the
a
thing is,
six-time Muay Thai world champion.
yeah.
I probably won't ever be as good as you on a kickboxing.
yeah, but the thing is, she can obviously up. The key is up the defense. Maybe work on the head movement a little bit more, work on the angles a bit more, and those little things like. So it's good that she's probably taken it on and she has then accepted, because sometimes fighters get those defeats and they just don't come back. But then it's the ones that the champions, the people that have, that can win, the ones that lose like that can come back and win because they accept it and go, do you know what? I was an asshole. Now this is the big thing for Ronda. She got her ass whooped. Wasn't even a fight. Like me and Mike said it as well. Holly Holm was the complete underdog by a mile. And then we said, if you put Holly Holm and Ronda on and said, which one was the underdog? You would say Ronda, because Ronda was never in the fight.
Never.
And now, is she going to be humble and say, yo, I got my ass kicked. I let shit get to my head and I'm addressing it. But the thing is, will she or won't she? And that's the big thing. It's like, are you going to eat your humble pie? Well, she can't eat anything apparently. She can't even eat an apple at the moment.
Yeah, and you have to be able to do that. This isn't boxing. You don't. Even boxing's changed where you don't have to be undefeated anymore. And you're gonna get your ass kicked at some point in this business. You're gonna, we risk our lives. I take it from Ensign Enowit. If I'm gonna go into a fight, the night before I fight, I write love letters to my family. I'll write one to my girlfriend, to my daughter. Like, I don't. You have to go into it. You have to go into it ready to die, and that's how I look at it. From fight week, I'm preparing to not ever come back home again.
Yeah.
And obviously there's enough medical technology and proficiency on the side of commissions and stuff where that's not going to happen, or it might, but I doubt it. But within getting your ass kicked, you have to be able to just say, okay, I got beat up. Like Carla. Carla got beat up, walks backstage. You have a cry. There's nothing wrong with crying. Fuck, I've cried every time I lose. But you don't. You know how it is. It's just the way certain people react.
Yeah.
You have a grace period of a week, a month, whatever it is, to act however you want to act. You want to be pissed off. You want to be depressed. Obviously, the faster you can get over that, the more mental, acuity and more, out. I'm on the phone. It's one of those things that it's case by case. Each person's different.
It is, yeah.
Is Ronda going to come back from this? And of course, being on the inside of stuff, you hear, the personal problems in her life, which, it's none of my business. I would never, talk about, air someone else's dirty laundry, but that girl had a lot going on in her life.
Yeah.
That girl had some crazy stuff going on in her life. On top of her media obligations, on top of her book, on top of her movies, on top of the fact that she's going to get in a fist fight in front of 70,000, 80,000 people for millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And she's fighting Holly Holm.
I've multiple,
and she's a woman that's afraid of her.
A multiple world champion boxer.
There was a lot of stuff that she had. Her situation's different than any other situation we've seen as far as a loss like that goes with in our sport, because no one's ever had that kind of fame and fortune and crazy shit. So I mean, she's strong enough where she's able to harness a weird part of her brain and get into that flow state than I've ever seen before. It's hard to see. I've never seen another fighter go into that and just be so focused on something.
Apparently she gets hypnotized backstage before she goes on, though, apparently, in a dressing room. Oh,
do what?
There's someone who does the hypnotize. Someone hypnotizes her before she goes out, and I can't remember who it is now. She does all that hypnotizing thing, like that someone puts like in a hallucinate state, and then that's her getting zoned in and goes out, apparently.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I've told you about my mind coach?
You have mentioned it before in the past, yes.
Yeah, Vinny Shorman, he actually just texted me. I'm sure that's the kind of stuff, we've already talked about implementing it because I got on board with him right after my last loss. I was like, you know what, I went to shit. Physically, never been better in my life. Went to shit mentally after the first round.
Yeah.
Even before the fight. I think my physical gifts got me through the first round. After that, even backstage, I was a mess. Like the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Yeah.
So Anthony Kiedis, UFC makes me out to be like best friends with Anthony Kiedis, and I don't have his phone number. We don't hang out. I'll shake his hand and give him a hug when I see him, but like me and Anthony Kiedis, we're not like good buds. But I saw him backstage, and he came in. Hey, I don't want to bug you. He was super cool, but at that point, I remember sitting there just thinking like. Oh, I remember just being like, "Fuck! Like I'm screwed. Like I shouldn't be here right now." That's not a good thought to go through your head when you're getting ready to fight somebody. So it's a weird case by case thing, and females are so much different.
So much more complicated.
It's so much different. Men are stupid and women are crazy, and in totally different way. It's boggles my mind because I try and deal with that, especially now being injured for the last 8 months or whatever it's been. I've been coaching a bunch and coaching more than usual, and kind of taking over the program, and just dealing with people. I mean, you have at a big gym like ours. You have your rich kids, you have poor kids, you have crazy people on drugs, people with broken homes and relationships, and always before in my life, I just went, okay, none of my business, I don't want to fucking hear it. Let's get to work. Well, now I'm coaching all these people, and and instead of just being like, okay, tell me your problems, I'm thinking, how do I fix this? How do I analyze this? How do I get better at dealing with this shit? Because it's gonna always happen.
Yeah.
Every person has issues. There's not one sparkling gem,
Oh no, it probably does. It probably helped you as well with that. Then to coach a bit the mental aspect, dealing with people, probably let your brain assess things a lot clearer. But that's the mind coaching. There's a guy in the UK that does it, a guy called Rob Dawson, and
I've heard his name.
Man, I've had him on the podcast. You know what? I love that guy to bits. Top guy. I've got his number. We message, we chat, and I've even had a Skype with him. A one-on-one kind of chat and stuff like that. Because a couple of like Mike and a few other guys say about me with my fight, and they say you're not the same fighter you were a few fights ago. Like a few fights ago, you were just a fucking you were savage. You just went in there and you were ragdoll guys. You throw them around like they were just toys. But now you're just completely different. And they say there's something. A switch has gone there, and they don't know what it is. And I say I don't know what it is. I don't know. I might have watched too many rom-coms when I was trying to get laid with a girl. I don't know. But it's a huge part. The weapon is the brain. The brain is one of the most powerful weapons in the fight. It is the most powerful weapon in the whole fight.
Oh, by far. At least we're starting to realize that. I definitely think you should talk to Vinny, because Vinny does me. He does Joe Schilling. I mean, a bunch of people. He was on Rogan's podcast.
Yeah.
He does Jordan Watson and all the guys out there in the Muay Thai gym. I can't think of the name. So it should be a very integral part of training, and Olympians have used it for forever now, and it's never filtered out to mainstream sports.
It's strange because, Rob does now in the UK, because I was talking to him, because I knew him through MMA fighters in the UK, because I had some MMA fighters on, and they said about him, and then so I went and chatted a bit more, and then I started getting in contact, and he was saying about how he does football clubs, he does rugby, he does all sorts, he does all athletes now in all different sports. He said you probably couldn't name a sport that doesn't have someone in it, doing it. He said it's starting to now pick up in a way. It's starting to now, everyone's starting to acknowledge and accept that it actually is a huge part of it.
Yeah.
Like I'm fascinated by it as well. It fascinates me. Really I really like that kind of, the neurology kind of thing, the brain. I love that bit. So, I really get engaged by talking to him, and Vinny as well. I have listened to the podcast that Joe Rogan did with him as well, and you just get sitting there absorbed, thinking I could just talk to him for hours about what he's saying.
Yeah, he can hypnotize me because he hypnotizes me over FaceTime.
Yeah.
And then when he came out here for a couple weeks with Jordan Watson, we've been working together for a while now. So the sound of his voice, it's like he can hypnotize me. He can a rapid induction hypnotize me so easily. It's mind blowing, and I love it. I mean, I can't wait to see how well it works in my next fight.
Yeah,
and just the rest of my life in general.
Yeah, do you know what? That's the thing. I look forward because, like you say, you started with him. I can't wait to see how it implements your training camp as well, and because your whole mindset, it'll change everything, and that's what's so exciting about it, man. Honestly, when fighters come and say about this stuff that they're doing, it gets me pumped. 'Cause I'm like, do you know what? You're trying to evolve. Ian, you're never trying to stay as you were. You keep trying to add. You keep trying to improve something. So you're adding another weapon to your arsenal.
Yeah, you have to be ever evolving. It's just like simple things, like spinning techniques.
Yeah.
All the cool kids are doing them. All the young guys are doing them. Well, I spent the last 6 months working on. I was bored, so I'm like, I'm gonna learn how to spin kick. We have this really good Muay Thai guy who's going pro, who's super good at like Taekwondo type stuff, but he's also a high level Muay Thai guy.
Okay.
He was helping me with all my spin stuff, so you might see me spin kick someone's fucking face off soon. I mean, it's just simple stuff like that.
You know what? I look forward to it, man. If you do, that'd be cool as fuck. That'd be awesome. Look, Ian, I'm going to let you go, my friend, because I know I've stolen your time away from your wonderful partner and the lovely family, the kids there and the little one. Before you go, buddy, again, everyone knows where to find you, but give them a quick mention of your social media, man.
On all social media, I am Uncle Creepy MMA, or Snapchat, Uncle Creepy 1, and just look me up on Facebook. I've got every form of social media. Like I said, not all of my posts are directly me. Like every other athlete, you have an agent who posts some stuff for you, or an internet guy or whatever. But, most of it is me. Most of the interactions me. So feel free to hit me up and go check out UncleCreepyMMA.com. I got a bunch of new merch stuff to sell, cool t-shirts and sweatshirts and all that. So just, go check it out.
Give your gym a shout out as well, dude. Like, where can people go if they want to train to live in your area?
So yeah, if you live in Orange County, California, we are in Irvine. It's called Team Oyama, OYAMA. My coach doesn't get enough credit for it, but he's hand-built 2 UFC world champions. He built Tito Ortiz, and he built Carla Esparza. On top of that, he's built me. He's built a number of other good fighters. So it's a great gym. And now our old jiu-jitsu coach left. Diva Santana with Lotus Club. He opened his own gym, but we have Marcel Lozado, who he used to be the head coach of Checkmat. So we've got a great team.
Awesome stuff, Ian. Ian, I'm going to add you on Snapchat. I expect you to add me back because I'm going to.
I will.
And I'm sure we'll have a bit of a giggle with the snaps. I'll probably take snaps of fat women stood in front of me in queues and stuff like that. Dude, thank you for giving me your time, man. I love talking to you, buddy. I love speaking with you. You're a great guy. And again, Ian, thanks very much, mate.
No worries, man. Anytime. Thank you.
Okay, Ian McCall came on. I loved having him on. What a gent. What a guy. Again, jump on his social media stuff. Give him a follow. And we're going to move on to the Fight Night card. Okay, a Fight Night card which has Dillashaw versus Cruz as the main event. Now, this card, I won't lie. The main card is absolutely stacked. The prelims. There's some cracking fights on there. There's one fight that sticks out to everyone. I think Paul Felder against Darren Cruikshank. Okay, it's a bit of a tough one because it could be a potential pink slipper for both parties. You know, Felder, who's on 2 losses, he lost a decision against Barboza and a decision against Ross Pearson. So he's not getting smoked, but he's an entertaining fighter. But he is getting those losses, which doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're losing, UFC don't stick around with you. Then you got Darren Cruikshank again. He's on 2 losses as well. Both rear naked chokes against Beneil Dariush and James Krause. That was it. James Krause recently. I think both parties will agree that this will be a fight to stand up. You know, Cruikshank will not be going to the ground. He'll be wanting to stand and so will Felder. Loving the idea of this matchup. That's probably the highlight of the prelims. Let's go to the main card and touch on the fights that are on there. Ross Pearson versus Francisco Trinaldo. Now, this is one of these fights where, for Francisco Trinaldo, he's not a spring chicken. He's 37. Could be pushing. I don't know if it's 38 yet. I'm pretty sure he's 37 still. He's on a 4-fight win streak in UFC, which in the 155 division doesn't mean a lot. It's hard to get that recognition in the 155 division because it's so stacked. But the guy is starting to turn the corner with getting the wins. He's churning out those victories, even if they're decisions, or he's starting to get those wins out. Ross Pearson, on the other hand, he is one of them guys that's always been around the top 20 in the 155 division. The reason why I say the 120 is because he just can't seem to just string those victories together. He wins one, he'll lose one, he'll win one, he'll lose one. Since he's been in the UFC, he's had a 3-fight win streak at the start of his career, and then after that it was win one, lose one. He had a 2-fight win streak, and it's pretty much win one, lose one. Like, for example, he beat Felder, was his last win, the split decision. Lost to Dunham last time, Evan Dunham, in a fight that he just got nullified. He just didn't get any room to breathe or let himself out. Look forward to seeing how Ross Pearson can maybe try and get a win in this fight to see if he can to get a bit of consistency. 2016 is I think 2016 is a huge year for Ross Pearson, and the reason why I say it's huge, I think it's a make or break for him. I think if he can't string those wins together this year, I can't see him doing much else in the 155 division. He'll never push past that kind of echelon of the top 10. He really needs to start to churn out those wins this year to really be recognised and really for himself to make him show himself that he can make a run for the title. Francisco Trinaldo, again, he's got a lot of momentum on him. We'll see what that kid can do. We're going to move on to the heavyweight bout now. Mr. Travis Browne against Matt Mitrione. This is a super intriguing fight in my opinion. And the reason why is because of not just in the cage, it's what's happening out the cage. Travis Browne, the relationship with Ronda Rousey. He technically was still married. He's trained at Glendale as well, where I don't feel since he's been there, everything's been going well for him. He had the loss to Arlovsky. Fabrizio Verdum, He had the loss to Verdum. Then he had the win against Brendan Shrub. And with Shrub was already 1 foot out the door. He won that fight. Then you had Arlovsky. Again, with Arlovsky, you got to think to yourself, he had a fight where he just stood there and threw hands at each other. It wasn't the most logical fight. Matt Mitrione was on a 3-fight win streak until he got guillotined by Ben Rothwell, and it was a nasty on-the-throat guillotine. And Matt Mitrione, I feel that it was just a silly thing to get caught up on. Other than that, I think Matt Mitrione has probably got this fight more favourable for him. What we'll see in Travis Browne, we'll see. I don't know if maybe there's things going on in the background with him as well as Ronda Rousey. We'll find out. Now, we're going to go to the co-main event. Anthony Pettis versus Eddie Alvarez. It's a hell of a fight. This fight's kind of, I don't say it's went under the radar, but it's not really been put out there enough. Anthony Pettis, he was on a 6-fight win streak till he lost his title to Rafael dos Anjos in what, let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen, was an absolute mauling. He got absolutely ragdolled by Rafael dos Anjos in that fight. Anthony Pettis wasn't even in it for a second. It was crazy. It was a hell of a fight. How has that affected Anthony Pettis psychologically? How will he come back in this fight, and how will he turn things around against Eddie Alvarez, who is pound for pound one of the best 55ers around in the world? He made his name to get back in the UFC via Bellator, just taking out people. He lost I think it was back in 2011 off the top of my head against Michael Chandler, and then he turned out the round, got the victory, and he went on a hot streak, came to the UFC, lost his bout against Donald Cerrone, because, let's be honest, he shot his load in the first round against Donald, and Donald just was able to get 2-3 under the belt and lost that fight. So he beat Gilbert Melendez in a split decision. I feel that Eddie will put a lot of pressure on Anthony Pettis after seeing that Rafael dos Anjos fight. It's the logical thing, and Eddie likes to put pressure on guys. I can't wait. That's a fight that's going to be a potential fight of the night as well, with Felder and Cruikshank. I can't wait to see that fight. I really can't, ladies and gentlemen. You've got to tune in for that fight. It'll be on BT Sport, Fox, might be on Fight Pass in other countries who don't have access. But we'll go to the main event. It's a fight that's been talked about that should have probably happened sooner, but due to someone not being able to stay uninjured, is Dominic Cruz. So we have TJ Dillashaw versus Dominic Cruz. Both have huge factors outside the cage again, which can, play huge implications into the event on the night. You have TJ Dillashaw, again, the guy, he is the bantamweight champion. He took out Renan Barão twice. He is like the Chris Weidman of the bantamweights, took out the guy who was the best for forever, and he's done really great things with Dwayne Ludwig. His game has evolved, his footwork, his combinations, everything. It's insane. His aggression, it's beautiful to watch. His output is stupid. It's a stupidly high number of output he has on significant strikes. But he has moved gyms. He's went from Team Alpha Male to Elevation Fight Team, where he's getting paid to train there. It's not something that happens when you go to a gym. You pay the gym to train and use their facilities, but this gym's paying him. So huge thing is, how does that play out? How does it work out? How does he look? How's his skill set on that level? Then you have Dominic Cruz. Let's put it this way: Dominic Cruz is just full of injuries. It's probably because the cut, in my opinion, is too much for him. The 135 cut is way too much. He's too much of a big boy to be cutting down at 135, which is detrimental to his body. That's why his knees keep falling off on him. So he had a long layoff. He fought in October 2011, and then he didn't fight again until September 2014, against Mizugatti, which he went through Mizugatti. Beautiful to watch. Then he hasn't fought again since because of another injuries, and he's back this time. So, again, the layoff is a factor for Dominic Cruz. To go into a 5-round fight after having only one fight in the past 5 years, it's a big ask. But Dominic Cruz is very technical and he's a precision striker with his output. He doesn't waste shots. He's very smart. He's also a very clever fighter. He's got a seriously high IQ. So he's not someone to take lightly. Again, he was the bantamweight champ. He was doing fantastic in WEC. This match is going to be a match to enjoy because of the footwork, the movement from both parties. I can't wait to see this fight go down. This is the fight to look forward to this weekend. It's going to be a technical aspect that you will all enjoy. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal. I can't wait to see it myself. Who's going to win? If I had to pick, it sounds crazy, I would possibly pick Dominic Cruz. I know he's had a long layoff, but he's taken not that much damage there on his body. He's not taking that much head damage, etc. He's not been going through the wars. His body's had a lot of time to hell of a lot of time to recover, and he's a very smart guy as well. It's just because he's so clever about how he fights. But we'll see how it goes down. Next up, last guest. I'm going to finish off with this gentleman, Mr. Big Slow, Luke Barnatt. Okay, has joined us. He came on for a chinwag. It was great to have him on. We spoke about his recent fights outside of the UFC, the recent fight outside the UFC in Italy. He's coming to the UK again to have a fight on BCMMA. We just talked, obviously, fighting in general, the middleweight division. Just a lovely conversation talking about the MMA federation that's going on around the world and just things we're doing to improve the sport. So enjoy and listen, folks.
Right, Luke, you are joining me right now to have a little chin wag before you go off to Spain, where it's going to be scorcho, I imagine, the weather, compared to the UK. So, let's not talk about the future, let's not talk about the past, let's talk about right now. Luke, what is it you're up to right now? Because you've went off to Spain, but let people at home know a little bit more about why you've went to Spain.
Well, pretty basic, like you said, it's the sun.
Basically, I'm in Liverpool right now. I'm actually in a Starbucks in Liverpool town centre. But I got married about 4 months ago, 5 months ago, and obviously been trotting around the world with my missus, with the fight game, with the UFC, California, and all over the place. We lived in California pretty much on and off for the last year and a half, 2 years. And then coming back to England, my mum, she left and moved to Spain, so I didn't have like a family home to go to. So we ended up coming up to Liverpool, where my wife's family's from, and we're living with them on and off. So we decided we wanted to do our own thing and obviously get our own place. And when we decided to get our own place, we decided to move to Spain rather than stay in Liverpool, because neither of us had really been there for a while and wanted to be there. So we decided to go to Spain.
It's not bad. So but you're not just living there, are you? Because you've got the gym and everything going on there as well, haven't you? You kind of upped the game, the level of MMA up in Spain.
Well, obviously, I've had 6 fights with the UFC, and I'm a big name when it comes to coaching and all the rest of it, especially for Spain out there, because they don't have a huge level. So when I decided to move to the Costa del Sol, I contacted a lot of places, a lot of gyms, offering my services as a coach to see what I wanted to do. And I think developing the talent they've got out there, they have a lot of talent. They're very, very passionate out there when it comes to fighting. They like jiu-jitsu and K1. There's a lot of K1 and Thai boxing. But their MMA game isn't very strong, really. They don't really have any MMA, but that's due to not having much coaching out there. So, my idea was when I went out there, I wanted to try and start my own team and start my own thing. And we're in the beginning of that. It's the beginning process. I've only been there, a few months. I'm trying to get my feet on the ground and find the right place and the right people to put a good, strong team together. And we seem to have started that. So, it's a new path for me with the coaching, but I'm still really focusing on myself. And I'm really trying to build a team around me. So although I'm coaching, I'm trying to look for talent, bring in talent from different parts of the Costa del Sol in Spain, and try and create a gym out there where everyone's there to help each other and move me forward.
I think the good thing about that, going into that coaching aspect, is that you've got not just experience from training at one gym. It's not like you were training, for example, at BKK, and you've only got one set of eyes. You've only got one coach training you, so you only know kind of one way. You've like you say, you've darted around. You went over to Alliance. If I recall, you were training there. You've been around. You obviously did tough, so you've had the experience of coaches helping you out on that. So I imagine you've got quite well-rounded kind of idea of how you like to approach coaching, how you like to adapt yourself to specific skill sets to people. And found that?
I mean, that's one of the things about me when it comes to fighting is I like to think about it, and it's something that, like you said, I went to Alliance. I was there for a little while. That's why we were in California. But I also did a 6-7 month stint with Chael Sonnen and his coaches over after the Ultimate Fighter, as well as doing the Ultimate Fighter, as well as starting at the Tsunami Gym in Cambridge, and then, like you said, BKK, and also I'm part of Shooters, so I've trained with a lot of Shooters gyms who go over to Gladius in Sweden, in Gothenburg. So yeah, I've been fortunate to have a lot of good coaching opportunities in my career so far. I mean, my career is still a young career. I mean, I've been a lot of places and trained and met a lot of people, but really, I haven't been doing it that long. So I've had, from the start, from the get-go, I've had great teams around me, great coaches, great people that have really taught me the right way. And that's where my advantages come in. And I've always been that guy who has analysed fights and looked at fights and thought, I would do it this way, or I would do this, or come up with game plans for people. And Chael noticed that on the Ultimate Fighter, and they used to ask my advice when it came to matchmaking and fights and all the rest of it. You've seen me analyse, with Ariel Helwani on his show, talking about the UFC and analysing the fights afterwards and before. And it's just, I have one of those minds that enjoys that and likes to do it. So, it leads on to coaching. It's something that I want to do eventually, and I'm just trying to set up the basis of it right now in Spain to build the level there, to build my training there, and just, for fun, really, for something to do.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I remember I've watched it a few times on television doing bits, and listened to like your interviews bits. I remember you saying a while back you would break down every middleweight in UFC. When you were in the UFC and you were in that division, you literally sat there and went, I break down every guy. I break him down, and I basically just work on each guy and what their skill sets are. I remember reading about that and how you do like to analyse things. And when I heard that, I kind of went, you've got an old head on a young body, is the best way to describe it.
Yeah, I mean, I was under the impression that, when I joined the middleweight division in the UFC, I was very early on, and I wanted to know everything about everyone that I could possibly find something out about. So I was always glued to my phone or the internet and researching fighters, and that didn't just include the people that were in the UFC. You look at the rankings and who's probably going to come into the UFC next, and that sort of level, and who's the top guys in Europe, and all that sort of stuff. So I was aware. So when they said to me that you'd be fighting this guy, or you could possibly fight this guy, I knew something about him, and I knew already that I didn't have to like all of something. It's time to game plan or work this out. I could see the trends and the styles and the fighters that were coming out, and who was being victorious, and how people were being successful and how they won, and I could sort of game plan for that. And if you have a last minute change, which I never actually had with my opponents, but if you had a last minute change, then you didn't have to worry so much because you knew about them. And it's a lot harder now for me. Now I'm outside the UFC, and I'm the spectrum to fight people is much wider. I could fight anyone really on the planet, and you don't really have. It's impossible to know all of the people, and usually there's not enough content on the people that I'm fighting now to really find it. But I think that's definitely something I like to do and I'm good at, and it's helped me in my career. And one of the reasons I got up there so quickly.
I was going to say, let's go back to the UFC. I suppose like the Ultimate Fighter. You went into the Ultimate Fighter. From there on, you went into the UFC, and you had a really good start. You had a fantastic start, and then in my opinion, due to poor education from judges, I feel like you got stung and done out of decisions in your last few bouts. And obviously, there's no point in bringing up the past because you can't change it. But little things like that really gripe me, because I remember it was in Berlin when you had the fight. Was it Strickland? Here we go, I'm trying to.
Yeah, Sean Strickland in Berlin.
Yeah, and I still to this day am absolutely. Now I know you might feel a bit aggrieved by it, but I am bewildered about how on earth that decision went to him. It really did stagger me. And little moments like that, obviously it cost you, ended up your contract, but it's not like you were going in and you got smashed. You lost a couple of silly, poor decisions. But when you left the UFC, you obviously had to have a bit of time to yourself and go, what's going to happen? And then you went and had a fight. Your first bout outside the UFC, it was in Italy. Now, for people at home, Italy isn't really known for MMA, but they've got one promotion. It's starting to really make a name for itself within Europe anyway. And yourself and Jack Mason went down there. Do you want to elaborate a little bit on the gap between the UFC release and coming up to that title fight?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot there. Like you said, I had a 3-fight start in the UFC, 3 wins, some impressive wins. I got one Fight of the Night award, or whatever they call it, accolade, against Andrew Craig in Manchester. I went on to then finish Max Nielsen in the first round by knockout, and I thought I'd just have the Fight of the Night or a knockout of the night that night, but they decided to give 2 to Alexander Gustafsson for beating Jimmy Manuwa. So I was, I had a great start, and then the Sean Strickland thing happened in Germany, and everyone feels the same. I mean, it wasn't my greatest performance in the world, but he was quite an awkward guy to fight, and you can't always finish a guy in the first round by a knockout, so you have to be able to rely on the judges sometimes. But in my case, I definitely can't rely on judges. And touching on that, they've actually used my fight against Sean Strickland, and they now do some courses for judging. So they do, they teach people how to judge better, and they use that fight as an example for people to judge it when they do the courses. The UK Mixed Martial Arts Federation had started doing these courses to improve the judging in Europe, and they used my fight as an example to people to let them know how to judge and how not to judge and what to look for. So, I mean, that's the only positive I can think that came out of that situation. And then I went on to lose in Texas, which was another not great performance, but I still feel I won 2 rounds out of the 3. And I lost that fight, and then Mark Munoz's fight, I definitely lost. Mark beat me, and it was a very, very hard fight for me. And that was a fight I really learned a lot from, and I feel like I've improved a lot since then. But then going on to Italy, you know, like you said, when I left the UFC, it really was a question of what now? Like, what am I going to do now? Who am I going to fight? Where am I going to fight? And I contacted every single company you can think of, everyone you can name, and probably people you haven't even heard of. I contacted them all just to get everything, all the offers on the table, and work out what I wanted to do. And then, like you said, Jack Mason, who's a good friend of mine, had fought for Venator, and he'd mentioned the company to me. And then my friend Luca Santori, who I would train with at Tsunami Gym, who's an Italian, he also mentioned it to me as well, about that they were doing good things and all the rest of it. And my only concern from that point on, making the right decision, was getting a good fight against a good opponent in a good organisation that followed the rules and wanted to build mixed martial arts. They weren't looking to do it for, you know, I didn't want someone to come along and try and use me and use my name and use the things I've done just for them to try and make money. That was my thing. I wanted to find someone who was passionate about the sport and wanted to make a difference to European MMA, and that's what I feel Venator do. You know, they're putting on great shows. They're really, really putting a lot of effort into the shows. They're streaming them for people to watch them. They're bringing in talent from all over Europe. It's not just about Italy, although there's a lot of Italians on there. On the last card, we had Carla Musu, we had, like you said, Jack Mason, I was on the card, and now they're planning a massive card coming up for the next one, where they're going to have another host of talent from all over the world. So, you know, I felt like it was a great move for me, and I fought for the title, and I had a tough fight, and I won that fight, and I showed, I think, in that fight that I have that will to win, and people should expect me to continue winning, and I'm really in it for the, you know, for the real deal, and to get back to the UFC. I'm not just fighting for fight's sake, which a lot of people do after they leave the UFC. It's still a real passion of mine.
Yeah, that was one thing I was going to ask, because a lot of pressure could be external going into that fight. People might be thinking, oh, you know, where's Luke's mindset? And did you feel as well, possibly in your mindset, that did you feel pressure on yourself about, right, I've just, you know, I'm probably going to have a bit of a target on my back because I've got that kind of UFC link, and, you know, any guy who wants to compete against me will see me as, you know, if I can beat him, then I can get to there. Did you feel that kind of thing, or were you trying to always suppress it and just push it to one side and focus on the fight?
I think I really just tried to continue the way I've always been, and continue, you know, and fight the way I've always fought, and train the way I've always trained. And I never really changed my approach the whole time I've been training and fighting. Like, since day one, since my first amateur fight, I've always treated every single fight like the biggest fight of my life. And I've never really worried about the pressure. I really haven't. It's never really... but it transpires. I think that's one of the problems. I think it has affected me. I think I do feel the pressure, like every human being does. And I think the way I'm coping with it or handling it is it's ignorance. You know, ignorance is bliss. And I've just been ignoring the fact that it could be a big deal, or this could be happening, or that could be happening. But not intentionally. I think it's just the way I approach things. And it's like, oh, it'll be all right. You know, I'll do this, do this, do this. And going into this fight, I am definitely aware that there's a target on my back, being a middleweight coming out of the UFC with quite a big name, and there's people out there trying to get into the UFC, and they think they can beat me and then get there. And that's great. You know, I want people to want to fight me. That's what it's all about. You know, there's people I want to fight, and that's how the game works. So I'm happy about that, and I knew that going into Italy. I knew Mattia, the guy I fought, saw it as the biggest opportunity of his life to get into the UFC. He spent a lot of money. He went over to Canada and trained at TriStar. He changed a lot of things that he's never done before to try and beat me. That was his plan. You know, and he invested a lot of time and money into it. And I knew that was going to happen, and I knew that every opponent I'm going to fight now, until I'm back in the UFC, are really going to rise to the challenge, because it's going to be the biggest fight they've ever had. You know, fighting me now for a middleweight who's on the European scene, it's definitely the biggest fight of their career, and they're going to feel all those things, all those pressures, all those differences. Whereas for me, it's the same old, same old. I think since my fight in Italy and winning that title, I think that it just builds more pressure. I think there's a bigger target on my back now. I think more people think they can beat me. I think more people will watch that fight and think, right, you know, I'm going to go in there and do this, and I can beat him and get to the UFC.
Now, like you said, I heard your quote there, you say, till you're back in the UFC. Obviously, your target's to get back there. Now, I've spoke before previously with some fighters, and they've said that the UFC even said to them, look, go away, get a couple of wins, and then come back. And have they spoke to you in that manner, or
you know, or was it one of the? How was the? I say the release, so to speak. Was it kind of amicable in the way that they spoke to you and said, "Look, X, Y, and Z"?
Oh, completely. You know, I was very fortunate. I have a great relationship with the UFC, and I have a great relationship with Joe Silva. So it wasn't. I've heard a lot of stories like yourself about how people get cut and how they get released and all the rest of it. And usually, some people just get an email. Some people get whatever. And you know, I had a personal phone call from Joe. He gave me a ring, and we spoke about the situation. And I knew it was coming. I said to him that it was coming. You know, and we spoke, and I said I completely agree. You can't lose 3 fights in the UFC. It's just doesn't matter what the circumstances. If they're dodgy decisions, it doesn't matter. You can't do it because you know then everyone would want to do it, and that's how the game works. And he literally said to me, "We want you to fight for the UFC, Luke, but you can't because you lost some fights. So go away, win some fights, and we'll have you back when the opportunity is right." And I really feel now it's up to me when I want to go back, as long as I keep winning, obviously. But it's my decision now, and I know what it takes to be in the UFC. I know what it takes to be on the physical side of it, and the mental side, and the PR side, and everything to do with the game, not just turning up on fight night and having a fight, which is what a lot of people think the UFC is about. It's about a lot of other things, and I'm really now trying to sort out my life. I'm a young guy. I'm only 27 years old, and like I said, I've had my career in the UFC. I've had my stint in the UFC. My next stint in the UFC is going to be the last one. You don't leave, come back, leave. You know, you get 2 chances really. And I feel like I got to the UFC after 5 professional fights. I hadn't even been a professional for 2 years. I don't even know what the sport was for close to 5 or 4. So it was very, very early on for me. And I feel like I want to make sure now the next time I go to the UFC, I'm 100% ready to go win a world title. You know, that's what I want to do. That's what it's about for me. It's not about just, I was in the UFC and it was great. You know, I want to completely cleanse my life, cleanse my training, make sure everything's prepared and I'm in the right place, in the right time, and go forward in the game and do something big that I feel like I can do. And that's what it's about. It's about timing. And I think for me, it was the wrong time the first time I went to the UFC, even though I had a great start and a couple of dodgy decisions and whatever you can say. I mean, you could really look at it. I had 6 fights in the UFC and I won 5. You know, and that's 5-1 in the UFC is not a bad record. But you know, it doesn't matter. I don't think the time was right for me. I've now come away from that. I've got married. I've moved country. My whole life has changed, and it's all changed for the better. So I just want to make sure that I'm prepared and ready to go back in there and do big things.
Yeah, I remember when your career kicked off. I was at Manchester card and I went to the London card as well. Because I remember, because you got Dolce on with you as well. I was in Manchester when I met you, and I remember it specifically because it was after the weigh-ins, and you was sat in the hotel lobby, so to speak, or the it was like the bar area, I think it was, and you had like a trough of food, like sweet corn and all sorts in there. I remember going up to you and me and my friend made a bit of a joke about not stealing all the buffet or something and got a picture with you and stuff. And I remember just meeting you and I remember seeing that start because I watched the Ultimate Fighter series and then, like I say, you were still early in your career when you started in UFC, and it's almost like you kind of got your losses in kind of as a good stage in your career where it's not like you're trying to get for the title fight there. You've learnt a couple of lessons. You maybe learned how to fight an awkward fight in Strickland. He was very awkward in the fact that because he was running backwards and doing counter-striking, it was very awkward for you to try and get anything off because you were always, no matter how long your reach is, he was always out of it because he was always going back so much. So you got to learn, you learned fights that you might have learned on the regional scene if you hadn't got to the UFC a bit earlier.
100%, yeah, 100%. I mean, like you said, I don't know what coach is giving someone advice that you're fighting a guy who's 6'6" and got a longer reach, stay away from him. You know, every time I've ever fought anybody, they usually want to close the distance and get a takedown. Yeah. And that's what I've fought my whole career. But now my career's not been very long, and I start fighting these different guys who've got different ideas and dying in and out and doing, and all this, which is great. It's a great way to fight. It's a boring way to fight, but it's like a karate style of fighting. If you want to win a points decision. But he didn't even try and win a points decision. He just sort of moved around, and I think that was his idea, but he never conveyed it very well. But yeah, I definitely learned a big lesson there. And then when I fought Mattia in Italy, he did a very similar thing, and I was like, oh, here we go again. Except he caught a lot more shots than the other guy. And but I started throwing kicks, leg kicks, whatever, changing it up, and I did change the game up, went for a takedown, and that's why I won, because I'd been there before. I knew that if I just carried on doing what I was doing, I could lose the decision. So I decided to completely change my game, get a takedown, and change the fight. So maybe I wouldn't have done that if I hadn't fought Sean Strickland. And like you said, if I'd not been in the UFC so early, I would have had my Sean Strickland fights earlier on the regional scene against lesser opponents who would have tried similar things. And I don't think there's a man on the regional scene that can beat me. So I think I would have done very, very well, and I would have been one of those guys that would had a huge record and then gone to the UFC.
And
I was lucky enough to go to the Ultimate Fighter.
And is this why you're doing it seems like you're doing like a one fight deal, so to speak, because you're doing BCMMA on the 20th of February against Rafael Silva, and and then it looks like you're trying to just keep yourself active with like one or two fights here and there, not sticking to a long-term contract, so to speak, with like Barnatt might have a long-term deal and stuff. Is that because obviously you're leaving that door open for the UFC? And
no, I mean sort of, yes. I know what you're saying, but pretty much now, unless you sign with Bellator, every company give you something called a UFC out clause.
Right.
So if you say I signed with Bama 6 fights, I'd be like, yeah, but there's a UFC out clause. If the UFC come knocking, I can leave. Some companies don't do that now, but most companies do, because they know every fighter on the planet wants to go to the UFC, so they're not going to sign with you unless that's an option. For me, it's literally the fact is that I've seen fighters and I've been friends with fighters that have signed with big organisations that haven't had a fight for 6 months or 4 months or 3 months. And in my amateur career, not amateur, even professional, when I started, I fought every 6 weeks. I was very, very active. Boom, fight, fight. And that's what the UFC took away from me. The UFC, I had 6 fights in 2.5 years, nearly 3 years. So I was used to the active lifestyle and always training and always fighting. And that's what I wanted to get back. I didn't want to have a 3-month gap in between each fight, because there's no need for it. The only time you need it is when you're fighting the top guys in the world, and you need the time to train and prepare and improve. If I'm trying to make differences, the only minutes of training or fighting that matter are the ones that you do in the cage on fight night. I could practice for 100,000 minutes doing a certain kick or whatever. It doesn't matter until you do it on the day, on the night when you're supposed to do it. So I need the cage time. I need the time in there fighting good guys. And that's why I'm not even doing 1 fight deal. So I got a 2-fight deal with Bellator, and hopefully I will be announcing that next fight soon, defending my title. But it's going to be in Italy again, hopefully in Milan this time. So we'll be doing that in May by the looks of it, but they're still trying to secure the venue before they announce anything. And then I'm fighting for BCMMA, which is basically just a local fight for me. It's against a very, very tough guy. He's had over 50 professional fights, had a lot of career behind him, fought all over the world, fought for ONE FC, a great European opponent. And that's on BCMMA, which is run by the matchmaker for that is my friend, Jack Mason. And it's literally, I wanted to fight in February, I want to keep active, I want to fight as much as I can. And I contacted everyone, I want to fight in February, I want to fight Banner or one of the people I was trying to get a fight with. And Jude Samuels was like, yep, I'll get you a fight. And then couldn't find me an opponent because, they only want a certain caliber of opponent to fight or a certain type of opponent to fight me. It needs to be a big deal. And I'm not bothered in any of that. I just want to get a fight. I want to get the practice in. And when I said to Jack, he goes, I can get you an opponent tomorrow. He found me about 7, different opponents that want to fight because everyone wants to fight me. But, when they fight for Bama, they feel like they need to get paid this much money or this needs to happen or this needs to happen. So, I'm happy I'm fighting for BCMMA. It's local. It's in Colchester. I'm from Chelmsford, Essex, so it's basically next to my hometown. All my friends and family can come. It'll be the first time I've fought in England for over 2 years since I fought in London against Matt Nielsen. And it's a great thing for me. It's a great fight in 6 weeks, and I can keep fit and keep in shape, just keep the ball moving.
Do you know what? Yeah, and you're fighting a guy who's Silva's very good with submission. He's a very good grappler as well. So, he's really probably going to test you on that ground game if it gets to the ground, which, your last fight, you won with a rear naked choke.
Yeah, he's an extremely good grappler. That's what he's known for. But he's also very game on the feet. He's good everywhere. He's very, very talented. He's just older, and had a lot of fights.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's not UFC material because he's never going to go there because I think he's 35 or 36 or something like that. And you don't join the UFC at that age. You know, they're looking for young talent now to build. So he's good enough to fight in the UFC, no doubt about it. He's a tough guy. And like you said, he's a black belt on the ground, I assume. I don't know, but from looking at his fights, he looks that level. And he's a king grappler, and he gets stuck in. So, you know, it's a dangerous fight for me. You know, a lot of people have said to me, well, why bother? You know, but a lot of people turn around to me and say, well, why are you doing this? Isn't the point? You're not getting paid. You know, I'm getting paid nothing for the fight, really. I'm fighting a tough guy, could affect my record. And I'm like, listen, that's not how you need to think. If you want to be good, if you want to get somewhere, you don't think like, oh, this guy could do this. It's bullshit. You know, I want to fight, and I want to keep fighting, and this is a guy who can challenge me and make me train hard and improve and then win and get a good win against a good person. I'm not looking to fight a load of bums and then get back to the UFC. It's just not in my DNA, you know, and I definitely could have. You know, I could have picked a different opponent. I could have fought a different guy. I could have fought in a different show where they'd give me a guy that I could easily beat. I'm not saying I'm not favourite in this fight because I still am. I reckon against Silva, I'm still probably the favourite to win, but he's a very skilled, very talented guy, and it's going to be a very, very entertaining and tough fight.
He is, and that's why I think it's a good matchup as well. You know, when I looked into it, I saw it was a very good matchup, and like you said there, you know, you don't want to be fighting bums. The good example there was from what you said was Gunnar Nelson when he went against Damian Maia, and I was saying if it goes to the ground. When I talked previously about it, I said if it stays on the feet, I think Gunnar Nelson could have this fight. He could actually win this fight. Because of his karate style and the in and out movement, I thought it'd be harder for Damian Maia to catch Gunnar. But if I said if it goes to the ground, it's going to be a nightmare. And Gunnar was happy for it to go to the ground because he said it himself. He goes, I want to be tested against the best. I want to test myself as a competitor. And he went, and obviously he'd lost, but he didn't win because in himself, because he did what he wanted to do. He wanted to go in there and see how good he could fare against them.
Yeah, and I had exactly the same thing against Mark Munoz. You know, Mark Munoz is the most terrible style for me you can imagine.
Yeah.
You know, he's a fantastic wrestler with good ground and pound, and he's a great athlete. I mean, he was older when I fought him as well. But I asked for that fight. I asked Joe Silva, can I have that fight? Blah, blah, blah. And he was like, why do you want that fight? I was like, well, because of this, and this. And what you just said is I want to test myself against these people. I was in America for 2 years training my wrestling, and yes, I got taken down by Mark Munoz, but actually, if you watch the fight, the grappling aspect of the fight, I actually did good in. I got up. I was, you know, doing very, very good transitions in the fight, and I didn't lose on that part. I actually lost on the striking. Him hitting me with the big shots and all the rest of it is why it led to me losing. So I got to test myself against one of the best wrestlers or grapplers that's ever been in the UFC in the middleweight division. You know, and I got to fight the guy in the Philippines, and it was an amazing fight for me. I would never take it away, even though I lost. Losing is something, as a fan, looking at this sport, obviously no fighter wants to lose. Don't get me wrong, I don't enjoy losing, but it's part of the game. You have to accept it, and you have to learn from it, and you have to do it. Otherwise, you know, what are you doing it for? Every time there's a fight, one of the guys loses. So, you know, some people, the fans just look at winning. You know, it's like football when you see your team, they're rubbish, they lost to whoever. It's part of the game. You know, it's part of the transition. It's just unfortunate in MMA, it can have such a big deficit to your career every single time. You're expected to win. You're expected to do this. You're expected to not just expected to win now. You're expected to win by an unbelievable knockout or an unbelievable submission. You know, that's what fans expect from you, which is a lot of pressure. And it's very, very difficult to do. But you know, that's what we do this for. We do it for the challenge. So I'm not going in there to try and beat up some guy who hardly has trained MMA and is just there because I want to look like a good guy. And that's bullshit. I want to fight people that can fight, that are good, that know what they're doing, that can challenge me, and I can put myself up to the challenge and win.
Yeah, and you're right, because like you say, with the Munoz fight, even when I heard it announced, I went, is that real? You're picking like the shortest wrestler. He's like short, low center of gravity, and you've got legs that are long as a giraffe. And I went, you're like a wrestler's dream. And I was like, well, you all trained with Phil Davis at Alliance. Maybe he's worked on his stance. I thought, okay, let's see what goes down. And you're right, because your transitions were working, but then again, obviously, you probably focused mentally on the wrestling side of things. That you probably were letting these strikes get through
because you were so focused on don't get the takedown possibly in. But then again, if you look at another fighter, then let's go to another fight. Chris Weidman, he lost to Luke Rockhold because he did a kick which he should never have done. And you know what? We probably will never see him do that ever again in the cage.
Yeah, that's a lesson still learned. And the thing about Chris that people think, obviously he's a champ, but he's still young in his career. The guy's had about 13 fights or something, maybe a bit more than that now. My maths might be a bit wrong. But he's still a young guy in his career. He's wrestled his whole life and all the rest of it. It's a crazy game, and I think, like I said, fans. Not a lot of fans took to Chris. They didn't really like Chris Weidman. A lot of fans, because apparently he wasn't giving fans what they want. He wasn't giving them the amazing knockouts and the amazing stuff. But he knocked out Mark Munoz with a great elbow, and he knocks out Anderson Silva, and he beats Vita. But people are like, they expect so much from you now, and Chris was a great champion, and I think he could beat Luke Rockhold if he stuck to what he's good at.
Yeah.
He didn't try and be this fighter that everyone else wants him to be, and he just wrestled him, took him down, and stayed on top of him, and done what he does. But that's the game, and that's the problem. Sometimes the mentality you go into the cage with on the night is what matters, not everything else.
Yeah, you're right. It is strange, the mentality of it. And obviously your mindset, you've got your mindset on the UFC future goals. You're taking your bouts seriously. You're trying to get guys who are of a high level that are going to keep testing you. Because like you said, you don't want to take bums. Because if you fight a bum, then you go back to the UFC. You're not going to fight bums when you get in the UFC. So it's going to be a completely different level you're going up against again. And you don't want to have that delayed reaction because you've been used to guys that can't do what these guys in the UFC are doing. And, you're doing the right thing. You're doing the smart choice, which is what I look for. It's why I'm looking at your career closely. I've been following your move to Spain and everything. I think it's awesome, and I'm sure as well that your missus is made up that the next one's going to be at Milan.
Yeah, well, we actually spent some time there after we were fighting Rimini. We actually went to Milan for a week, so we know it pretty well. So I'm pretty happy it's there because I kind of feel like I know the area a bit more than I did when I went to Rimini. And trust me, my last two fights I've had, one was in Italy against an Italian, and the other one was in the Philippines against a Filipino, and I haven't been the fan favourite for a long time. So I'm looking forward to this next one, which is in pretty much my hometown, and I'm fighting a Portuguese guy. So hopefully the fans will be on my side. I'm sure they will be. I'm trying to pack the place out with my friends and family, and it's a great show, BCMMA. That's the other thing about it is it's not hugely well known. Don't get me wrong, and people are quite surprised. I'm fighting on what they call like a small show. It's not even an arena show. It's a small show in a sports hall in Essex. But it's a good opportunity for me. It's like I said, it's for a friend of mine, Jack Mason, who's put together this show, and they stream it live on MMA TV, so you can watch it for free. There's no payment. They have thousands and thousands of people watch it, and it's just building and building and building. And you don't just have me on there. You have John Maguire, who's on there, who's a teammate of mine who fought in UFC as well. Sean Carter, who's on there, who was on The Ultimate Fighter. He was at the tryouts for The Ultimate Fighter, and he's had a great career. And there's some really exciting bouts on the card, as well as myself. I'm not even going to be at the top of the card. I think I'm opening the event up as the first fight on the main card. Although I have the biggest name on there, it's still the fights on there are fantastic. So I think if you appreciate MMA and you're a fan of MMA in England, if you're in England, you'll understand what BCMMA is, and you would have seen it. But otherwise, it's difficult for people to understand why I would choose the show. But I think it's going to be a great move for me.
No, you're right. BCMA is growing. That's you literally took the words out of my mouth. I was actually a little bit gutted. I was like, how did you know what I was going to say? But BCMA itself, they're very early, but the thing is, they're doing the right things because, like you say, Jack Mason, who's got the experience from like Cage Warriors, especially working with but being part of that promotion with Graham Baldwin, he can take a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge from it. And I think it's a huge thing that that he's slowly building up this promotion, and he's got, like I say, it's a great card. Yeah, you've got yourself on. You've also got some other good bouts with Luis Gonzalez. He's fighting 125 flyweight lad. He's fighting LeBlond, I think it was, off the top of my head. Cracking little Luis Gonzalez, cracking little flyweight potential future star. You got Steve is it Aimable?
Aimable, yeah.
Yeah, Steve Aimable. Yeah, that's a title fighter he has against Stephen March.
And he's retained that title a few times already, and he's had some fantastic fights at that show.
Yeah, he has.
You know, they've been very super exciting fights. They haven't been boring. They've been everywhere. You know, they've been on the ground. They've been standing there. I've been there to most of the shows. I've been in the crowd watching. You know, and they've always had great exciting fights. And they have a few amateurs on there as well at the beginning of the card that are growing. And like you said, it's a growing event. That's what it is. But it's growing in the right way and has great talent on it. And Jack is intelligent with the way he's doing. He's a very clever guy. He's been around the game a long time. He's had over 40 fights himself, all across the world. Like you said, for Cage Warriors, he fought for Venator with me in Italy, and he's been Cage Rage, everything. He's fought for everyone and knows everybody in the organisation. And he literally is the backbone of MMA, I feel like, in the South right now, because he's keeping it all together. He's brought BKK, the fight gym in Essex. He's created that himself, you know, with help from people as well, but he's the backbone to that. And he's created talent like Arnold Allen that's now fighting in the UFC. Like I already mentioned, Sean Carter, who's fighting on this card as well. And he's really creating something with BCMMA that will it's got longevity, because he doesn't overpay his athletes. He doesn't, you know, it's not too expensive to go to. He doesn't make you have to stream it and pay for it. It's free. You can watch it for free. He's having thousands of people watch it. He's putting all the videos up online straight after so you can see them. And he's building it bit by bit. You know, he knows it's a long project. He's been involved with it for a long time now, and he's just slowly getting there. And I think it will become one of the best shows in Europe in a few years, because he's trying to build, like you said, talent from the ground up. He's not trying to go out there and get all the best guys he can. He's luckily enough got, you know, me and John as teammates that are very high-ranked guys in the country and in Europe that he's been able to put on the card. But without us, it's still a fantastic card.
It is indeed, because you know I've known I've known Jack Forsaden with the lads dealing with the cards before in the past, and it's nice to see the UK scene like that, you know, growing. When Cage Warriors left, there was that void, and it's nice to see like BCMMA, FCC up in Scotland. You've got On Top Promotions. You've also got is it Warrior Fight Series, which is run by Harry Shoebridge. He set up his little shop down south as well. And Pain Pit in Wales. And also Clan Wars in Ireland. There's a cumulative of nice, solid promotions for guys to constantly be able to get fed into before they go up. You know, to keep getting tested, test their waters, see where level are at. And then obviously Cage Warriors are coming back this year. Fingers crossed. Graham's going to give us a date when the show's going to start. I've heard rumours of when, but you know, it's quite promising for the UK scene still. And I suppose you've seen the difference because you were away for a while, and then when you came back, you've seen the level of it increase.
Oh yeah, I mean, although I've been away, and you know, I definitely haven't been as invested as I was before once I was at the UFC. Cause I had a lot going on, but the difference I think is with people like the UK Mixed Martial Arts Federation, who are trying to, you know, make sure everything's done correctly, and Safe MMA who are making sure everything's done correctly with the shows. And now the good shows and the big shows are introducing that, making sure that you get blood tested, you have medicals, all the basic silly things that should have been done years and years and years ago, but it's taken a lot of time and effort from a big group of people to make it happen, you know. So you now know, coming back, starting when I was outside the UFC, when I had my first 5 professional fights, to now when I'm going to have my first professional fight in England outside the UFC, it's much more professional, it's much more well done, it's much more clear cut. You know which shows to go to if you want to progress your career. Whereas before, you kind of just fought. You know, I remember I fought for UWC, which was a great show and had a good little stint for itself in Southend. But there was no blood tests. There was none of that stuff then. Now it's come in, and there's still only a select amount of shows. You mentioned quite a few of them there that are working with Safe MMA, that are working with the UK Mixed Martial Arts Federation, that have the right judges, that have the right referees that are qualified, and all that sort of stuff. And it, as an athlete, you feel safe. You feel like you're going into an environment that is professional and that should be like that, and you're not worried about something stupid happening. You know, so it's definitely a difference. I think that, for me, that's the main difference. And the thing that's improved, the professionals are always going to be professionals, but the things that's improved for me so much is the amateur scene in England and the world, since the International Mixed Martial Arts Federation have brought out this, you know, almost World Cup of the World Championships that they have. They hold it in Vegas. They have the European Championships that they hold. You know, that's made a huge difference used to be embarrassing to be an amateur back when I started as an amateur, which wasn't that long ago. But now you can have real pride in being an amateur champion, because you can go to the Europeans and be a European champion, or go to the Worlds and be a world champion in amateur mixed martial arts, which makes it a much more real sport now, you know. And I think that's the main difference for me since I've been away, is I can really feel the difference in that. I can feel the difference that you can be an amateur mixed martial artist and hold a real title, you know, a real thing that really matters, that people really know about, and you can travel the world and fight different countries and different people from different countries and represent England. And I think that's the difference. And then obviously the professionals are getting better off of that, because the amateurs are training harder, becoming better, and then they turn pro and they're better anyway. So, you know, it is definitely improving.
It is, Luke, and you literally put the nail on the head with that amateur scene. It has literally went up to the past few years. It went to a level that I didn't expect it to reach so quickly. And it is because of obviously the Worldwide MMA Federation. You know, we've had Ben Cartledge on talking before about judging and about the courses and how, you know, just different aspects of that. And we've also had Mark Goddard on talking about the referee courses and how they're all trying to just up the game. And with the amateur scene, you know, I was same as you, Luke. When I started an amateur, I was kind of like, I'm doing amateur, but I didn't really, there wasn't really that kind of, no one took it seriously enough, so to speak. As soon as I kind of got like a title out there, I went, okay, I'm going straight to pro now. And I logically, if I look back at it, I should have stayed at amateur and maybe just stayed there for X amount more fights. But at the time, it was that mindset. You didn't know what the future was going to be like anyway. So, and there was no such thing as this, the UK MMA Federation. There was nothing like that. So, you know, I just went straight off to the pro ranks. But it's crazy the way it's developed, and now, like you say, it's taken so seriously, the amateur scene. It's really taken seriously, and I really enjoy watching some of the amateur bouts, seeing some of the talented guys that are potentially going to come up. I love having some of the guys on to speak to as well, to, you know, just to help them get used to the scene, you know, that kind of the media spotlight being on them and stuff. And I'm looking forward to what's going to happen in the next few years on the UK scene alone, and what talent's going to come out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was part of the UK Mixed Martial Arts, the International Mixed Martial Arts Federation, when they did the first World Champions in Vegas. I coached the UK team, and we came away with a lot of good medals. And John Maguire took over, and he's been coaching the UK team since, and he's been doing a great job. And I think we won a couple of golds since then. So, you know, it's prestige. That's what it is. It's as an amateur, there's no prestige. You're sort of doing it because you like the sport and you want to do the sport. Mm-hmm. But there's no like, on this or on that. Or you could be an amateur world champion. It doesn't really mean anything, you know, until you go into this new federation that have built something that gives you real prestige, where you could say to someone, well, I travelled to Las Vegas, I beat a Frenchman, a guy from Finland, and an American, and I won a world title. You know, that's a real tournament, not a local show puts something on and you win a belt. It means nothing, you know. It's real now. It's a real sport, and it's a real thing you can earn prestige and you can really work towards. I speak to, like I said, my coach from the Ultimate Fighter, Chael. He used to run an amateur show. I don't think he's still involved. And we used to talk about it all the time, that it was the way forward now. And the other thing about it is, if you want to go into working in shows, having your own show, you're not going to make any money doing it on a professional scene, because the UFC, they own it. You know what I mean? There's nothing you can do that's different, because the UFC will just go, right, anyone who's any good in your show, I'm going to have them, because everyone wants to fight in the UFC, like we said earlier. But as an amateur promotion, now, if you bring out a solely amateur promotion who's dedicated to improving the sport and making things different, you know, the UFC aren't going to touch that, because they're not interested in amateurs. Yeah. You can really do that, and you can get athletes. There's people that fight amateur for free, which is how they should fight, for free, because it's a competition as an amateur athlete, and you can put on a whole card for free with amateur athletes trying to win something and do something and get prestige to get to the World Championship. Yeah. You know, and it's becoming more of a sport, just like Jiu-Jitsu, which has all these, Europeans are coming up in Lisbon now, and they have all these competitions. MMA is going more that way. It will never become Jiu-Jitsu, but it's going more in that direction, which gives it, you know, what it needs, which is, you know, for people to believe in the sport rather than think we're just a load of bloodthirsty animals looking to have a fight, you know. And I think, and that's where the sport can really grow in the next 10 years. There's not a professional scene, because that's just the UFC expanding to wherever they want to go and wherever they want to put the money into it. It's the amateur scene where we could all help out and really grow the sport. Yeah,
it is. It's all about the grassroots. I've helped some amateur guys as well, just advise them, and it is key. You know, I've happily made mistakes in what I've done, because I was the first at the gym I was training at to become pro, to do X, Y, and Z, and I said I was going to do them, and I said to everyone, I said, I'm going to fuck up, I'm going to do everything wrong, because I don't know what I'm doing, and when I do it wrong, I'm going to learn what's right, and I'm going to come back, and I'm going to tell you, I'm going to help you. I said, I'm happy to be like that sacrificial lamb at the first, because I care about the sport that much, and I care about the lads that I was training with, I cared about them. So, and it's huge, because like say 10 years time it will really make the sport better itself, and like you want to get coaching, so you're already looking to improve the sport yourself, mate. It's beautiful to hear what's happening, because there's guys like yourself, like John McGuire, Mark Goddard, Ben College, all the guys that they just want to make a difference. They want to improve it in some way or some shape or form, not for their own benefit, but for the sport's benefit.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, Ben Cartledge's name, you mentioned there, Mark Goddard, these guys are really, they're working, they're actually working, they're not they're not doing the sport, but they're working in the sport and around the sport to make it better. And there's, one person I always speak to a lot, obviously used to own the gym at Tsunami, is Nigel Burgess, who's now part of the UK Mixed Martial Arts Federation. He has a big role in that, and does a lot of work for it, and we speak a lot about these things, and he's really, him and a board, there's a board of people, but he's the name I think of, Mark Day is another one that I used to train with as well, and he's now involved. And there's people in the background that no one even knows about that are spending hours putting together things you don't even think about, like fighters insurance and all these graphs and things to show people the evolution that can happen with the sport, and trying to get it into the Olympics. August Bolland, who's part of the International Mixed Martial Arts Federation, he's setting standards in Sweden and in Europe that are making a difference to the sport, and they're doing that because they want the sport to grow. And I think that's the big thing with a lot of pros in the game, which I don't blame them, but a lot of pros are in it to make money and to fight and win and for themselves, and that's great. But if you want the sport to get bigger, it's not just about turning up on fight night, putting on a good fight and leaving. No. It's about putting in all the effort elsewhere. And trust me, I could put in a lot more effort that I don't. I'm not saying I do a lot, because I don't. But in my mind, I will one day. I feel like Spain is very, very far behind. It reminds me of England 10 years ago. Yeah. And I feel like I could make that difference there. If I want to get I want to start a Spanish federation, and I want to have safe MMA in Spain and all these sort of things. Eventually, when it gets round to being there, I'll do it. And it's just a matter of time and the opportunities coming. At the moment, I'm still concentrating on my own career and trying to make myself back to the UFC and do great things there. But I'm aware of all of this stuff, and I'm aware of the difference that it can make to people. And I think that's all it really needs. And like you said, Ben Cartledge is one of the best judges we've got now in the UFC and in the world. He does a lot of other events as well. And I've known Ben Cartledge a long time. Ben Cartledge actually judged my third amateur fight. And I remember speaking to him after that, and I remember reading a blog recently about him judging that fight, and that was the fight he judged that made him want to judge fights, if that makes any sense. But I think there's a core group of people in the UK that are working with the Mixed Martial Arts Federation that are really making a difference. I think we're leading the way, especially in Europe, along with Sweden, with August, in making those differences. And people are coming to England now for the standards, and coming to us to ask questions about how we need to do things and how things should be done, and this and that. And we're the ones making a difference. And I think even the big thing that's different which no one understands, is the fact that in America, when you turn up and you fight, you have to be checked off by a commission. There's a commission present at every single fight. Yeah. And we don't have that in England. No. There's no such thing as a commission in England. So you don't go to an amateur fight or a professional fight in England and see a commissioner. It doesn't exist. You don't have a license. You don't have any of these things. They just seem so obvious. But in America, they have it, and the UK are the ones that are trying to bring the commissions in and really make a difference to the future of the sport. And it's the federation that are doing it, and I don't think they get enough praise or about it, or enough help from the public and the people that care about MMA, because I think it's still quite quiet. But once it all happens and comes into place, in 5 years, people won't even know about. They'll just hear of the horror stories that used to happen before, because they won't realise that all this work has been put into making the differences and making the changes.
No, yeah.
So I think it's all good. It's just a matter of time.
It is. You're right, because they just announced as well that Egypt have just been introduced as well to the federation. So that's. I saw that. Yeah, I think it's yesterday or today they announced that, and that was crazy. I was like, Egypt, bloody hell! It's just crazy to think stuff like countries.
Where are Egypt going to get their standards from to know how to make sure they're running their shows properly? You know, where are they going to go? America doesn't care about them.
No.
It's this federation. It's the federation that's making that difference and making the sport more widely available to the world, not just in England, but to the world. To, like you said, these countries that we've never had an Egyptian in the UFC, but there could be some talented kid out there that just hasn't been given the right opportunity because he's not fighting on the right, etc., etc., etc. So this is how it works. It's building up the amateur guys to get them to that pro level.
There could be some Sage Northcutt who's not had a carbohydrate in his whole life in Egypt ready to step in. You just don't know. You just don't know. I just saw.
He could be a heavyweight if he's not eating carbs.
I tell you, he would. I saw a picture on Twitter today. Sage announced he had another knock on his door at 6 a.m. to get another drug test done. That's his 6th one in 3 months. And again, he's just there topless doing the test. He obviously went, do I need to have a t-shirt on? No, that's fine. I'll just flex the whole time. He just makes me sick looking at him, to be fair. I like my one ab, if I'm honest. I think my one ab is stronger than his 6 little ones.
Exactly, and I have abs for about half an hour weigh-ins, and that's about it. So I feel your pain, don't worry about it. I think the person that feels the pain when it comes to Sage Northcutt the most is our mate Arnold Allen.
Yes.
We call him Mini Sage Northcutt because he kind of looks like him, but like a smaller version.
A smaller version.
But he can do everything better than Arnold, so he's like his big brother.
Yeah.
And I remember Arnie told me a story about when Sage did that backflip after his fight or whatever.
Yeah.
And we all took the piss out of Arnie. He got really upset, tried to do the backflip, fell on his face. So I think he's got a bit of a problem, but yeah.
Don't worry, Luke. I rip the back out of Arnold as well. It's fine. We all do. He loves it. He loves getting a bit of stick. It's great. Love the kid to bits, though. Love him a bit. There is a lot happening in MMA, and honestly, that's why I can always talk about. That's why we get like Ben on, Cartledge on, and Mark Goddard on, because we don't like. We've got yourself on, Luke. We talk about your fight. We can mention about your fight coming up, but we also like to talk about stuff outside of the cage, which is huge, and that's why we get on our podcast. We try to get people from outside in to talk. We've had cut men on and all sorts because we want people to understand the sport from every angle there is possible, because the sport isn't just what's happening in the cage, and that the UFC didn't get to where it was because of just luck. They had like people like Mark Ratner, who doesn't get the acknowledgement from the average Joe because he won't know who he is. But I met him in London. As soon as I saw him, grabbed him and thanked him for his work that he did at the early stages, but people just don't have a clue about. He's a huge part of the scene, and I think they are. I think people who helped founded scenes like the Federation are a huge part of it, and that's why I like to get these people on to talk. And it just, even if 5 people listen to the interview, it's a little bit more than it was before, so it might spread out a little bit more.
Yeah, and I mean, talk about Mark Ratner. I remember after the Birmingham fight, him coming up and apologising to me about how appalled he was to the decision for my fight, and I'd never heard of that before, but he's the guy who knows.
Yeah.
He's the guy who really does know. And he came up to me and said, I'm sorry, Luke, I'm sorry for that happened, and it happened to you, but we're trying our best to sort it out. And it's just one of those things. I think it's great. I think the evolution for the sport at the moment, and people like with him speaking about it, making a difference, and I think they'll continue to make the difference, and hopefully one day the sport will be whole, if you want to call it that, and it'll be a real thing, because the UFC is a real thing, and trust me, it's a real thing, and professional MMA is a big deal, but there's still a lot of holes and a lot of gaps and a lot of things that people don't think about that need to be filled, and day by day we're trying to fill them, so hopefully we'll get there one day.
Exactly, we will one day, and you can be part of that one day, but for now you obviously need to focus on getting your backside back in the UFC.
Yeah, so I can. Not even that. I mean, the thing that people focus on is the UFC, and I'm not saying I don't want to be there, because I do. But at the moment, my focus is on getting myself settled in Spain, building a gym out there that can really support me, and I get all the training that I can think, so I don't have to leave home and travel to America or travel here to get the training, and I have it all around me all year round, and I'm on a system. I want to focus on that, and my focus is winning in 6 weeks. I want to compete, and obviously I want to be in the UFC because of the press that you get, the money that you can make, and all those sort of things that make a difference to your life. But realistically, all I want to do is do what I love, and that's MMA, and that's wake up every single day and train. So as long as I'm fighting wherever I'm fighting, and it's allowing me to do that and wake up and live the life that I've been living for the past few years, where I can just wake up and train every single day, and that's my only focus. That's all I care about. And the UFC can come to me when I'm ready, you know. But my ideal situation, which obviously is like my dream situation, is the UFC come to me and say, Luke, we want you to fight this guy. And I say, no, I don't want to fight yet. I want another 6 months of sorting my life out, and then I'll be ready to fight, because I don't want to go there too early again. I don't want to go there and have to adjust my life for the UFC. I want the UFC to become a part of my life and me be able to control it. And that's the difference, I think, from my last experiences. I changed my whole life to be a part of the UFC. And at the time, it was all my life was about. So I jumped at the opportunity, and you know, it's a bit different now. So I want to be able to be settled, be ready, have the perfect training environment, have this, have that, and then when they come along and I'm ready for them, I'll say, right, let's do it, because I already know I'm that level. People already know I've already got, you know, in my opinion, I've got 5 victories in the UFC, so I'm already there. I just need to make sure that I don't have to change my life to get there. You know, I just want to be able to walk out my door in the morning, walk down to the gym, do my training, go home, and then fight in the UFC. That's the plan. So right now, my focus is 100% on preparing myself for that, preparing myself for 6 weeks, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, 20th of February, that's the big thing. You know, that's the big thing at the moment. That's what's on your mind, is BCMMA. And it's going to be...
Yeah, exactly. Just preparing myself for BCMMA and making sure I'm ready. I've got 6 weeks, or just under 6 weeks now, and I'm flying out to Spain tomorrow to really good training. I'll be doing 5 weeks of solid training. Just coming off the back of a camp that I spent nearly 3 months getting ready for Italy. So, you know, I'm already in pretty good shape. I just got to carve myself a little bit more and make sure I'm ready for making the weight, which has always been a big problem for me. I mean, I'm standing here at about 213 pounds, and I've got to be 186 in less than 6 weeks. So it's that's always the challenge.
It's all right. I'll eat some bread for you. I'll help you out.
Bread and I'll go for a run.
Yeah, exactly. See, it's a yin and yang, you see, so I'm helping in a way. I'm eating the bread that you can't eat, that's what it is. I'm having a bacon butty that you can't have.
Tell me how it tastes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I was going to say, Luke, I just want to, you know, your next fight, do you know what? Do you know one thing that always sticks in my mind about you, right? The one thing I'll always remember is when you had the fight, I'm pretty sure it was fencing, and you started celebrating before he was actually finished. You dropped him, you put your hands up, the crowd's about to cheer, he gets back up and you have to drop him again. Or was it Andrew Craig?
That was Andrew Craig.
Andy Craig, sorry, in Manchester.
It was twice.
Oh.
This is the thing. I've got a drill that I actually used to do with Nigel, the guy we mentioned earlier, where if I drop someone, I raise my hand, one of my hands, my right hand, because when they fall on the ground, I'm creating momentum to throw a punch onto the ground. So I'm 6'6", so my hand above my head is, I don't know, 7'6", I don't know, 7'7". And then if I throw that down, it's a lot of power in that strike. So the idea is that if I hit someone and drop them, my hand goes straight up, so then I can throw it down with violent force, and I can finish the fight. That's the idea. So in the fight, I drop him, I put my hands up, and I was celebrating. But I wasn't celebrating, I was trying to hit him again. I was just trying to prepare myself for the next fight. But then he stands up, and I drop him again, and then I did celebrate. So I thought he was absolutely out. When I start walking off with both hands in the air, and he starts nicking at my ankles and grabbing me, I had to take him down and submit him to win the fight, which was pretty embarrassing.
Oh yeah, you know, honestly, I didn't know that, and I tell you what, everyone else were like, why is he celebrating? Punch him in the face! Oh, I'd say we're all like having a mini heart attack in the crowd because everyone's going nuts. Honestly, we all went nuts for it, but it was. I tell you what, me and my friend Mike were just, me and Mike was sat there next to each other just watching it. It was just crazy that moment.
Luke, and the other thing is, Arnold Allen, the kid we talk about again, his professional debut. He fought a guy called Nathan Grayson at Cage Rage, and he did that. He hit someone, dropped him, put his hands up and walked off, and the guy was unconscious. And he looked like such a boss, you know, just like hit the guy and just walked off, like already celebrating. Sort of like Mark Hunt.
Yeah.
You know, so I was kind of trying to do that, and trying to get Arnold back. So it's Arnold's fault, because I was trying to imitate him, but it didn't quite work out like that.
You can blame Arnold. That's a good one.
Luke, little bastard.
yeah, exactly. Luke, we'll let you get going, mate, because you're flying back. Like you say, you're flying away tomorrow. Get yourself ready and get yourself packed, buddy. Before you shoot off, though, what's your social media, mate, so people can jump on, give you a follow, and enjoy this little 6-week camp you got coming up?
My social media everywhere is Luke Barnatt, Barnatt. So on Instagram, Twitter, I'm kind of on Facebook but never use it. Just if you want to follow anything, just hit me up on there.
I can vouch for the Facebook bit, ladies and gentlemen. What about your sponsors, mate?
Oh yeah, I got loads of sponsors, but the guys that really helped me out are Bad Boy. They've been helping me out for years, and they're a real big part of my career. And I'm also now working with Scramble, so check them out. They've got some of the coolest gis you can think of. I've just got some brand new Godfather gis that have got like Marlon Brando on the inside.
Oh,
crazy
nice
stuff. So that's part of my new jiu-jitsu craze. I'm trying to go through and trying to win some. I was supposed to be going to the Europeans and doing jiu-jitsu, but unfortunately, with this fight coming up and my travel arrangements and not being in training, I decided not to do it. So if anything for jiu-jitsu, I'm with Scramble, and anything MMA, I'm still working with Bad Boy. So there's plenty of other companies out there.
And you can vote, people, for Bad Boy MMA or for the MMA awards for the best equipment or apparel company, I think it is. So if you want
Say that again, sorry.
People can vote for Bad Boy equipment, can't they, on the Fighters Only?
Yeah, they're up
awards?
for the Fighters Only awards.
Yeah.
So for the best equipment and gear, so you can vote for Bad Boy there, which I've already voted for and tweeted and Instagrammed about that as well. And there's loads of other votes to have, like best fighter of the year, best cage girl of the year, or ring girl, or octagon girl, whatever they call it. There's loads of different votes, so get on there and put in your votes as well.
I wouldn't know their names, Luke. I don't think anyone looks at the girls' names.
I only know Carly because it's from working with her on the local scene, but that's the only one I know. So the other girls are whatever.
I know them from the neck down. That's about it. No, only kidding, folks. I was just say as well, Luke. Do you want to give a shout out to Jack Mason, you guys you train with, people? Give also for people. Mention your gym, where it is, stuff like that. Just get all that out as well, mate.
Well, there's too many people to mention who've helped me out over the years, so it's a long list. But like you said about Jack not only is a great training partner of mine, but like I'm fighting for his show now, and he was the guy that introduced me to MMA. Without him, I would never have done a single thing. I wouldn't have stepped foot into a mixed martial arts gym, because Jack actually gave me a lift to Tsunami the first time I ever trained, which was about 8-9 years ago, and we trained together ever since, and are great friends because of it. So he's the only guy I can really mention. I think he's doing great things for MMA in the whole of England, and this show and everything he's doing is great. So big thanks to him, and thanks for getting me this fight that I got in 6 weeks. And if you guys want tickets to the fight, get on my Instagram and find out where it is. And I Instagrammed about where you can get tickets from the other day, so go look on my Instagram and you can contact me and get tickets off me and come watch the fight. So do that, support Jack's show. If you can't do that, watch it on MMA TV, BCMMA on MMA TV. I think it's the 20th of February, and the show's my fight's at 9 p.m. The main card starts at 9 p.m. So that's the time you need to remember and log on and watch it. It's free, 100% free. So get on there and watch the fights.
Yeah, it's a great thing that MMA TV are doing to really push out the MMA scene outside of the UFC to people to watch, to kind of watch regional shows. It's a great thing that they're doing. So I keep pushing their stuff whenever they got shows on to watch. So do tune in, folks. Luke, thank you, sir, for coming on. Have a great trip back to Spain. Have a fantastic camp and have a great time at BCMMA when it comes up.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Thanks very much for having me on, and I'm sure we'll catch up soon.
And we hope you all enjoyed this week. We certainly did. We had a great time. And we just want to get you, before you go, jump on your social networking sites and give these people a follow. We have
MMA Scotland.
We have on Facebook UFC Wreckage. Also, their website and Twitter is MMA Wreckage.
We also have MMA UK, and their Twitter handle is We Are MMA UK.
On Facebook, we have Fighting and MMA.
And on Facebook and Twitter, we have The Real MMA Talk.
And then last but not least, on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. They're funny. They talk about MMA. It's funny MMA. Jump on. They'll give you a giggle. And let's finish off with thank you very much, everyone. We will be back very soon, won't we, Mike?
Yep, definitely. Thank you very much and goodbye.